public transportation. I can't get it to work.
Good morning, Commissioners. This is the public hearing for the backlog properties, November 5th, 2015. Chair Srinivasan.
Here.
Commissioner Shamir Barron.
Here.
Commissioner Bland.
Here.
Commissioner Chapin. Commissioner Chen.
Here.
Commissioner Devonshire.
Here.
Commissioner Goldblum. Commissioner Gustafson.
Here.
Commissioner Voss.
Here.
Commissioner Washington.
Okay. This is the third hearing to address the backlog of 95 items which were placed on the calendar prior to 2010. Today's hearing will include 21 properties in Manhattan in Community Districts 1 to 5. The hearings are organized by borough. We have already had the hearings on items in Bronx, Brooklyn, Queens, and Staten Island. This will be the first hearing on Manhattan properties, and the last of the special hearings on Manhattan properties will be held on November 11th. Lisa Kersavage, our Director of Strategic Planning and Special Projects, will make a presentation, after which we'll take testimony on each group of items. Each speaker will be given 3 minutes to speak per group of backlog properties, and at that time may address all of the items within the group, particular items, or add comments to support any written testimony. All written testimony that's been submitted in advance of the hearings have been distributed to the commissioners, and the record will remain open for 2 weeks until November 19th. Today's hearings primarily intended to allow property owners, elected officials, and the public to speak about why or why not a building ought to remain calendared, which will inform the commission when establishing priorities for designation. Staff will summarize today's proceedings along with written submissions for consideration by all the commissioners. In January and February, the commission will hold public meetings to make one of the 3 decisions on each of the properties. 1, to prioritize designation for some items to be designated by December 2016, or the second, to remove from the calendar by denying designation based on merit or lack thereof, or 3, remove from the calendar by issuing a no-action letter. We have a large number of people signed in to speak today, so we'll try and recommend and urge people to stick to the 3-minute time limit. The order of the testimony will be first to take any elected officials or their representatives, allow after that for property owners and their representatives to speak, and then we'll leave it open for members of the public. Lisa? Yes. Okay, you have to read into the record. Yeah. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. Item 1, Borough of Manhattan, Group A, consists of the 143 Chambers Street building, the 315 Broadway building, the Excelsior Power Company building, 57 Sullivan Street House, the James McCreary and Company Original Store, the 138 Second Avenue House, the 2 Oliver Street House, the Interborough Rapid Transit Company Powerhouse, now Consolidated Edison Powerhouse, and the Mission of the Immaculate Virgin West. Lisa Kersavage presenting.
Thank you, Commissioners. I'm going to provide a brief summary of each of these buildings in this item. 143 Chambers Street. 143 Chambers Street is an Italian Renaissance Revival style building constructed by an undetermined architect in 1860 to 61. It is characteristic of the store and loft types which flourished in the 1850s to 70s. Alterations include non-historic storefront infill between the cast iron columns. At the September 19th, 1989 hearing, 2 people representing MAS and the Washington Market Historic District Committee testified in favor of designation. There is no opposing testimony. 315 Broadway is an Italianate-style cast-iron building by an undetermined architect built circa 1861 and is characteristic of the store and loft buildings that flourished in the 1850s and 60s. Alterations include a storefront infill between the cast-iron columns, and some of the columns were either boxed in, altered, or removed. There were 2 public hearings, one on December 12th, 1989, and the other on April 3rd, 1990. The owner testified in opposition at both. 8 people, including representatives of MAS, Greenwich Village Society, testified in favor of designation. Excelsior Power Company building is constructed in 1888 and is a Romanesque revival style structure dating to the earliest years of electrical power generation in the United States. It was designed by William F. Grinnell. We believe the 1977 blurb is incorrect in that the buildings from the 1840s were demolished and replaced in 1888. As part of the building's conversion to apartments, an unsympathetic single-story brick addition was constructed over a portion of the rooftop. At the ground story, the former loading bay has been filled in with brick and window sashes. An inappropriate door with side panels has been installed and the original terracotta plaque removed. Oh, pardon me. The building's only hearing was on May 10th, 1977. At that hearing, a representative of the then owner, Con Edison, testified against designation, and a representative of MAS testified in favor. 57 Sullivan Street is a federal-style row house attributed to Mason David G. Bogert and E. McCreary, constructed circa 1816 to 17. It is a wood frame structure with a front facade composed of brick laid in Flemish bond, embellished with brownstone elements. The building was raised to a full story by 1858, and the windows and door have been replaced. There have been 2 hearings. On February 3rd, 1970, 4 people testified, all in favor of designation, including a representative of Community Board 2. On June 23rd, 2009, the owner testified in opposition, and 4 were in favor, including representatives of GVSHP, HDC, and the Landmarks Conservancy. The James McCreary and Company store is an altered Renaissance Revival-style building constructed by John Kellum in 1868. The building has been significantly altered. After a fire in 1971, major alterations occurred when the building was adapted to residential units. A new visible 2-story rooftop addition, placement of the historic arched double-hung windows at the 2nd through 4th floors, and with aluminum sliding windows, new storefront infill, simplification of the cast iron at the base, and the addition of a modern marquee of the 11th Street facade. Earlier photographs from 1965 show modest 1-story rooftop addition and storefront alterations. There were 3 hearings in 1966. At each, the owner requested a continuance or spoke in opposition. Representatives from MAS and the AIA and Avery Architectural Library and several individuals spoke in favor of designation. 138 2nd Avenue is a federal-style house built by an undetermined architect. It has a Gibbs door surround, molded pediment window lintels, and Flemish bond brickwork. The row house has been significantly altered. In the late 19th century, when the 4-story was enlarged, an Italianate style cornice and stoop railing were installed, which remain today. A projecting bay at the basement and parlor floor levels, likely added at around the same time, and was later expanded in 1916. The house now has a 2-story storefront addition. At the June 23rd, 2009 hearing, 4 people representing the Lower East Side Remembered and Revisited, Society for Architecture of the City, HDC, Greenwich Village Society for Historic Preservation testified in favor of designation. There is no opposing testimony. 2 Oliver Street is a federal-style row house built by an unknown builder in 1821 to 22. There are a few significant alterations, although at some point in its history it was raised 1 story. At the December 27th, 1966 hearing, the owner's representative spoke in opposition to designation and submitted a report questioning the significance of the building. MAS spoke in favor. The Interborough Rapid Transit Powerhouse, now Consolidated Edison Powerhouse. This building was constructed to provide electrical current to 8 substations that fed the signal and lighting systems of the newly completed IRT subway system, and was the largest powerhouse in the world at the time of its completion in 1904. Designed by Stanford White of McKimmey & White, is an example of utilitarian building by the firm. The calendared site does not include the 1940s addition that was constructed on the 12th Avenue facade of the powerhouse. As for alterations, the original chimneys have been removed and replaced with a single large stack. The cornice and roof tiles have been removed, new openings have been cut, and windows partially bricked in on the north and south sides. In the 1940s, an addition was constructed on the 12th Avenue facade of the powerhouse. There have been 3 hearings. On September 11th, 1979, the LPC heard the entire lot, including the mid-century extension. Con Ed requested a delay, and 2 people spoke in favor. On July 10th, 1990, the item was heard as a lot in part, omitting the extension. 2 Con Edison representatives spoke in opposition. 3 people, including representatives of the New York Landmarks Conservancy and MAS, spoke in favor. On July 14th, 2009, a representative of Con Edison and the company's contract architect spoke in opposition. 28 people, including state and city elected officials and the representatives, and representatives of HTC, New York Landmarks Conservancy, MAS, AIA, New York Chapter, Community Board 4, Reveling Chapter, Society for Industrial Archaeology, Landmark West, Society for the Architecture of the City, Metropolitan Chapter of the Victorian Society in America, Women's City Club, and other individuals spoke in favor of designation. Mission of the Immaculate Virgin West was completed in 1903 for the Mission of the Immaculate Virgin, a Catholic charity founded circa 1870 by Irish immigrant and Catholic priest John Drumgoole, who was dedicated to providing services to the homeless and orphans. For the mission's Midtown branch, architect Schickel and Ditmars designed a modestly scaled Beaux-Arts style civic building. There are no significant alterations. This item was calendared on May 12, 2009, but there has not been a public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. We'll take testimony now. So, Assemblymember Deborah Glick.
Thank you very much. I'm Assemblymember Deborah Glick, and I thank you for the opportunity to testify. There are several properties within my district, including 57 Sullivan Street, 315 Broadway, McCreary and Company, located at 801 and 807 Broadway, 138 2nd Avenue, and 143 Chambers Street that warrant landmark designation. These sites are historic gems and revered by many of us who live, work, and visit the area. There is constant pressure throughout New York to develop our communities. This is of great concern for those of us who admire and cherish our historic and cultural and architectural character. Without landmark status, the cultural significance of our city will be lost. It is why we attract so many visitors. We must act quickly to preserve these sites, or our history, and bit by bit, will be lost for future generations to enjoy. I urge you to vote to designate landmark status for these properties without further delay. All of the properties have historic and unique histories that are essential to preserve. I'll give you a few examples. The Federal-style row house building located at 57 Sullivan, under consideration, was originally created around 1816 on land owned by the Lisbonard Stewart family, who traced their ancestry in New York to before the Revolutionary War. The property located at 315 Broadway has an architectural style reminiscent of the Italian Renaissance-inspired Palazzo Deco style that is awe-inspiring, and building on 138 2nd Avenue was constructed around 1832 and is sitting on land once occupied by Peter Stuyvesant. We're under increased attack from developers who want nothing more than to convert every area of New York into luxury high-rise towers that have very little architectural significance, and these will be enjoyed by a select few. We cannot continue to allow our history to be eroded. These pieces of our city's history are in jeopardy, and if we do not protect these sites now through landmark designation, they ultimately will be destroyed. I appreciate the Landmark Preservation Commission is working to hear these backlogged items, and I hope that you will act swiftly to approve the 5 properties highlighted today in my testimony that have been under consideration for years, and I urge you to take a step forward and listen to the community and act swiftly. And I thank you for your attention, and I think I did that in the appropriate time.
Thank you.
Next, the FedEx commercial.
Thank you. Vincent Fong, representing Councilmember Margaret Chin.
Good morning. I am Vincent Fang, representing Councilmember Margaret Chin, and I would like to read testimony from the Councilmember. Good morning. I am Councilmember Margaret Chin, and I represent Lower Manhattan. I want to thank Chair Srinivasan and the members of the Landmarks Preservation Commission for the opportunity to testify today regarding 4 items on today's agenda in my district: 143 Chambers, 2 Oliver Street, 315 Broadway, and 33-43 Gold Street. First, I would like to commend Chair Srinivasan's leadership in addressing the nearly 100 backlogged items in a swift and transparent manner. When two council members introduced legislation that would change the process that governs the LPC, Intro 775, I attended the Council Land Use Committee hearing to oppose it. I opposed it for several reasons. One, while I understand the desire for a more efficient landmarking designation process, I believe that there would be unintended consequences of Intro 775 would outweigh the benefits. The landmarking process takes a lot of time and resources on the part of the city to ensure transparency and input from the community. Creating a faster time frame for the process would ultimately make it more difficult to preserve the sites and neighborhoods to make Lower Manhattan so special. More importantly, I trusted Chair Srinivasan and the LPC to execute their plan to address the backlog in a way that is inclusive of all stakeholders. So to the sites. 143 Chambers Street is a long-standing remembrance of early small businesses and commerce in New York City. The intricate Renaissance design of the building by the estate of Ellis Potter represents the early Italian heritage and communities that contributed to the city's diversity and growth in the 1800s. I hope the LPC will designate this building. 2 Oliver Street is only one of 13 federal-style buildings within the city. The building was home to one of the first trained architects, James O'Donnell, who came to the United States in the early 1800s and worked on projects all over the country, including our very own Fulton Street Market. I believe the unique history of this building deems it a strong candidate for landmark designation. 315 Broadway is a distinguished 5-story building, appropriate for commercial buildings due to its association with Italy's merchant princes. This building is unique in its stonework, detailing, and structural clarity. I support the designation of this building by the LPC. 33-43 Gold Street was originally 2 separate buildings from the 1840s. The buildings were altered to meet the needs of the Excelsior Power Company, which provided electricity to communities throughout New York City. The red brick facade, distinguished by ornamental terracotta detail, is where the building derived its name. I urge the LPC to designate this building. Once again, I thank the chair for the opportunity to testify on these 4 items today. These sites have awaited landmark designation for too long, even with the large amount of community support decades ago. I hope that the LPC will take into consideration the renewed efforts by community stakeholders, including the local community boards, to designate these sites and preserve the historic nature of our city. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Constantine Sanolis from Con Edison.
Good morning. Thank you. Thank the Commission for giving me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Gus Sanulis, and I am the Vice President of Steam Operations for Con Edison. I've been working at Con Edison for over 33 years, mostly with large-scale generating plants. We have a long-standing and productive working relationship with Landmark staff that has given us the flexibility to maintain and enhance the production of steam and electricity from our 59th Street plant. We would like to continue that relationship with the Landmark staff while continuing to meet our customers' energy needs. Operating a steam plant is unique from the residential, commercial, and typical uses of other New York City landmarks. From our perspective, a landmark designation of this plant could make it more difficult and expensive to serve our customers and could impact how we provide the reliable service that New Yorkers expect. Our 59th Street plant is a living and breathing monument to adaptive reuse, originally for energy production to supply New York City's subway system, and now it is a critical component of New York City's and Con Edison's energy infrastructure. The plant is and will continue to be an important part of our energy supply to serve New Yorkers. We have recently invested over $150 million to upgrade the plant. We need the flexibility to make changes to the plant's interior and exterior that enables the cleanest, most efficient, and reliable production of energy. To explain our position on this first, I will describe the plant's current use and the district steam system in New York City. I will be followed by the plant manager, Ed Conway, who will discuss why landmark designation is not consistent with an operating power plant. The 59th Street plant is part of Con Edison's district steam system, the largest in the country. Our steam plants produce steam that is distributed to approximately 1,700 customers in Manhattan through more than 105 miles of underground piping. Steam is used to space heating, hot water, air conditioning, and various other processes such as sterilizing medical equipment in hospitals. Over half of the steam produced for our system is also used to generate electricity. The steam system has significant environmental benefits by reducing the need for on-site boilers at customers' premises and providing cooling demand. The 59th Street Steam Plant is the only plant in Manhattan's West Side and in an integrated system that helps maintain the steam pressure needed to reliably serve customers. Many of the city's most iconic buildings use steam, including the Empire State Building, the Metropolitan Museum of Art, and the New York Public Library. It is hard to imagine the city skyline without steam, with over 150 landmark buildings relying on steam. With steam, landmark buildings can retain their aesthetic qualities because they do not need their own smokestacks, and they can better utilize the internal space that would be occupied by boilers. The plant is critical to the overall operation of the steam system. We need the flexibility to make changes to ensure the continued safe and reliable operations of this plant. Maintaining the current framework and relationship between Con Edison and Landmark staff, rather than landmark designation, is appropriate for the 59th Street Steam Plant because of the potential impacts to operations, the environment, consumer costs, and system reliability. Thank you for the opportunity to present today.
Thank you. The next speaker is Edward Conway, also from Con Edison.
Good morning. I would like to thank the members of the Commission for this opportunity to speak. My name is Edward Conway. I'm a plant manager of the 59th Street Steam Plant. I've been working for Con Edison for 26 years and have extensive experience in the construction, maintenance, and operation of the steam system. Mr. Sunoulis just described the plant's use and Con Edison's steam system. I will discuss why landmark designation is not consistent with an operating power plant. Some may argue that the steam system would not be impacted if the plant was landmarked. Here are some concerns. First, we know of no precedent for designating an operating plant as landmarks. There are former generating stations in other cities that were decommissioned before converting to new uses. Placing restrictions on a building that no longer produces energy is much different than placing those restrictions on an active power plant. Second, power generation plants are not like other typical landmark buildings. Operations and equipment size are much different. Sometimes equipment can only be placed by removing walls. Emergencies and unforeseen events may require rapid response to ensure public safety and maintaining operations. These situations could involve breaching or removing sections of walls or roof to replace equipment in a timely fashion. Third, the steam system is already regulated. The state DEC and city DEP regulate the plants for environmental matters. The New York State Public Service Commission regulates Con Edison's customer rates by reviewing our proposed capital investments and operating expenditures. Adding another set of requirements through landmark designation may delay work and impact compliance with regulatory requirements, adversely affect steam customers. The regulatory structure also already provides a forum to monitor any potential changes in future use of the facility, which would include any sale of the property. Let me give you a recent example that required modifications to the plan. To comply with New York State DEC regulatory requirements, we plan to add natural gas as a cleaner alternative to fuel oil. This $51 million project, as approved by the regulator, included the need to increase ventilation for key safety reasons. This led to the replacement of several windows and ventilation louvers. We worked hard to keep the appearance consistent, and we shared this plan with Landmark. We completed this project on schedule, on budget, and which provided significant air benefits by reducing greenhouse gas emissions by 22% and reducing customer bills by 13%. In this instance, we're able to complete the work without any issues. If the plant is landmarked, and if we cannot make modifications in a timely fashion, it could result in additional costs to customers and challenges to meet regulatory requirements. We're concerned about how we can resolve conflicts with compliance and emergency needs or regulatory orders conflict with the wishes of the Landmark Commission. We need the flexibility to make changes to ensure the continued safe and reliable operation of the plant. Maintaining the current framework relationships between Con Edison and Landmark staff, other than the designation is appropriate. And thank you very much for your time. Sorry for going.
That's fine. Thank you. The next speaker is Jared Odeski from State Senator Brad Holman's office.
Hi there, I'm Jared Odeski, testifying on behalf of State Senator Brad Hoylman. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before the Landmarks Preservation Commission today regarding your consideration of individual landmark designation for 138 2nd Avenue, located in the East Village and in New York State's 27th Senate District. Before I address the reasons why I believe this particular site warrants designation, I first want to commend the Landmarks Preservation Commission for undertaking the ambitious backlog initiative, which will give due consideration to the 95 inactive properties under its purview. 138 2nd Avenue is one of the last extant federal-style houses in the East Village. As Manhattan Community Board 3's resolution unanimously endorsing landmark status for the site notes, 138 2nd Avenue is a rare intact link to the days when this stretch of 2nd Avenue was one of the premier residential addresses in New York. The designation of 138 2nd Avenue would also be in line with previous decisions by the Commission, such as the granting of individual landmark status to numbers 4 and 20 St. Mark's Place. These two sites share 138 2nd Avenue's Gibbs door surround, the Flemish bond brickwork, and the home's remarkable scale. For these reasons, it is understandable why the Landmarks Preservation Commission proposed the site for landmark designation of its own accord in 2009. I respectfully ask the Commission to follow through on its consideration of the site and name 138 2nd Avenue a New York City landmark. I appreciate the Commission's time and consideration, and thank you again for the opportunity to come.
Thank you. Bob Coulter.
Hi, my name is Bob Coulter, 57 Sullivan Street. I'm opposed to it being landmark. I bought the house in 1994, and when I bought it, it was pretty much ready to fall down. I spent a lot of time researching what federal-style houses were supposed to look like, and I tried to put it back in shape as much as I could. I spent actually 2 years with about 20 guys doing that. I've been here actually twice with you guys before, opposing landmark status, and both times it's been calendared. Actually, when I bought it, had been calendared for a lot of years. The reason I have no intention of selling the house. I'm there for my life, and I love the neighborhood. I love the way it looks. The reason I'm opposed is it's my house, and I don't want to have to go through anybody if it needs something to be repaired on it. I mean, I've talked to you guys before. You said there's like some potential for increased value, but it doesn't really matter to me because I'm there. I'm living there. Anyway, that's my spiel.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. James Mortimer.
Good morning. When we got the notice, I just want to make sure we submitted our intentions. I read it. Responding to your notice of 1013, informing us that 2 Island Street, property block 279, lot 69 in Manhattan, is to be considered a landmark status. This is to inform you that the Board of Directors had previously voted against landmark status for 2 Island Street property. The Board has not changed its position and is requesting that the 2 Island Street property be removed from consideration by the Landmarks Commission. I happen to be reading some of the minutes from 1966 from Trinity, when Trinity owned that property, and they used it for the nuns at St. Margaret's House and other non-profit activities. We at Mariners use it for the dormitory authority of the state of New York, and we house severely handicapped individuals. We don't charge a lot of rent, and so landmark status for us would be detrimental. We could never adhere to the provisions that landmarks set, the rules that they set. So we are requesting that we be removed for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Heidi Taylor Murray.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I am a member of Mariners Temple Baptist Church, and as James Mortimer, he's a trustee of the, one of the trustees of the church. I grew up on the Lower East Side, been my life on the Lower East Side, and as a member of the public and a member of the church, I just wanted to speak in opposition of a landmark status for the property. Currently, the church, which is at 10 Oliver Street, is a federal, state, and local landmark. The adjoining property, which is the one under consideration today, the 2 Oliver Street property, I refer you to the minutes of 1966 because actually nothing really has changed in terms of the opposition that was stated there, so I won't take up the committee's time on that. But it pretty much stays the same in terms of its non-distinct aesthetic value, etc. But furthermore, at the end, in the minutes, it does amount to a taking of the property. The church is the owner of the property, and currently the landmark status that's on the adjoining property, which is 10 Oliver Street, has been submitted for grants, numerous grants for historic preservation has been denied. The community is in a low-income area in terms of funds that we receive, and any property that the church holds, it would be an asset which is needed. So I just wanted to, as a member of the church, just make that statement in terms of agreeing with the church that opposing the status, landmark status on that particular building. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul Wax? Or Paul Way? I'm sorry, is Paul Way here? All right, then the next speaker, Joseph Joseph Gervais. All right. I'm sorry? Yes, please come forward.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. My name is Joseph Gervais. I'm here today on behalf of 448 West 56th Street, Manhattan. I've submitted a written statement that sets forth several reasons why I believe this property should be down for the United States. This morning, I simply want to restate and emphasize 2 of those reasons. 1, the building has no special character or historic significance. And 2, the building is truly a minor work of William Schickel, the architect who designed it. While the building was used as a home for boys at the time, the mission of the Immaculate Virgin, the home's operator, had its first such home in Lower Manhattan was Emmanuel Home. So this home was not the first, nor was it the only such facility of its type. New York City's history is replete with examples of this type of charitable work that's been done in all 5 boroughs. There's simply no special history associated with this building or the organization that operates it. As noted in my submission, this modest building is also a minor work of William Schickel. Schickel's Church of St. Ignatius Loyola at Park Avenue on East 84th Street is described in your designation report as being monumental in scale and impressive in appearance. Schickel's other individual landmark, The Baumgarten House at 294 Riverside Drive is described as a rare survivor, which exemplifies the character of Riverside Drive from the time when it was developed with many luxurious single-family residences. Monumental, impressive, dignified, classical, imposing, rare survivor, luxurious, elaborate, and ornate. These descriptors accurately describe Schickel's two designated New York City landmarks, St. Ignatius and the Baumgarten residence. But there's simply no way that they can be applied to 448 West 56th Street. Our building is a modestly scaled civic building. Its facade, for the most part, consists of red brick and limestone, common materials found throughout the city. Its design is vaguely Beaux Arts, but cannot be said to be an important example of any particular style. Simply put, this building does not possess the significance required under New York City landmark law. I strongly urge you to decalendar and not designate 448 West 56th Street. Thank you.
Thank you. Ann Weisberg.
Good morning. My name is Ann Weisberg, and I'm on the board of the 10 West End condominium on the corner of, on West End between 59th and 60th. So I'm submitting this comment and letter in support of the landmark designation of the Interborough Rapid Transit Powerhouse, which is literally catty corner to us. I also submitted written comments. Basically, our position is that we are in favor of this because the power plant is literally the only testament in our neighborhood to its past. It's a majestic tribute that gives the neighborhood a unique character and a focal point. There's tremendous development all around the power plant, including our building, which is fairly new. It's actually the oldest of the new buildings since we've been there about 8 years. There's John Jay, which just completed several years ago, glass and steel building. There's Riverside South Center, which is all glass and steel buildings. There are all these glass and steel buildings all around this power plant. We were very involved in the site plan approvals for the Riverside Center, and we really worked to get the 59th Street corridor to be very pedestrian friendly and to showcase the power plant, which it now does. And the open space within the Riverside Center development is all oriented towards the powerhouse because it's such a beautiful building and creates that anchor in the neighborhood to the whole development that has gone on. And hearing Con Edison's testimony this morning, I just want to say that clearly over the 36 years that they've asked for delays in designation, they have been able to work under the restrictions of the Landmark Commission and work with you. So, I mean, they've testified that themselves. So my feeling is, you know, if we take the power plant off, if we remove it from designation, then they will have no restrictions, and we will lose any ability to keep the character of the plant. Thank you.
Thank you. Alice Blank.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Alice Blank. I'm an architect. I'm a member of the Community Board 1 Landmark Committee and the co-chair of the Tribeca Committee. And I am here today to speak on behalf of Community Board 1, who has voted unanimously in support of the landmark designations for 143 Chambers Street, 315 Broadway, and the Excelsior Power Company building at 33-43 Gold Street. As noted in the Community Board resolution submitted to this commission, these three buildings are each of great historic and aesthetic importance, which has been outlined in our submission. They are highly significant, excellent representative examples of mid-19th century Italianate style architecture in the case of the two lofts that are palazzo style and the Romanesque Revival power building. Much of their extraordinary architectural detailing, in fact, remains intact. These buildings are also integral in defining and maintaining the character of some of the most historically important streets of Manhattan. The character of Chambers Street, Broadway, and Gold Street would be changed dramatically if these buildings were to disappear. In the case of Gold Street, the Excelsior is one of the only remaining buildings on the entire street built before 1965. The Excelsior is also the city's oldest remaining powerhouse. Lower Manhattan has lost many of its most historic and beautiful buildings over the years. Given the pace and volume of real estate development in this area, these three designations are more critical now than when they were first brought to the Commission's attention now 27 and 39 years ago. Community Board 1 urges the Landmark Preservation Commission to approve the proposal for the landmark designation of 143 Chambers, 315 Broadway, and the Excelsior Power Company now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rosenthal, Ellen Rosenthal, yes.
My name is Helen Rosenthal. I have the honor and privilege of representing the Upper West Side, District 6, in the New York City Council. Thank you for the opportunity for me to speak today. I applaud the Commission's effort and determination to give a fair hearing to each and every calendared building as part of your backlog initiative. God bless you. Sorry, that wasn't in my testimony. I'm especially proud to be here today to support landmark designation for the Interborough Rapid Transit Powerhouse, the IRT station at 59th and the River. The powerhouse's special place in our city's history makes it imperative that we work to preserve the building and its legacy. The building proudly proclaimed the arrival of electrified mass transit, though never before seen technical sophistication, and let me just read that again. The building proudly proclaimed the arrival of electrified mass transit through never before seen technical and sophistication and engineering creativity as the powerhouse for the signal and lighting systems in New York City's first subway. It played a vital part in helping to transform New York into the city that it is today. Hey, it's not up there. Do you guys have a picture of the IRT?
Yes,
oh,
it is.
the second to the last. Okay. Thank you. The powerhouse looks the part, too. Its design embodying the very best of the City Beautiful movement and the union of practical and aesthetic advances achieved through urban progress. Its design accommodates the most practical of uses while serving also to enrich the neighborhood with its Beaux-Art beauty. The powerhouse was and is a technical and architectural marvel, and I cannot think of a more fitting memorial to its era of progress and triumph. Both because of its story and its design, the powerhouse is an inspiring monument to New York's progress and development and to the public transportation system that is so essential to everyday lives of millions of New Yorkers. It has only become the invaluable institution it is today through the development of buildings like the powerhouse. With few remaining powerhouses in the city, we must act now to preserve this chapter of our history. I urge the Commission to designate the IRT powerhouse as the landmark that it is. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jeff Elridge.
Thank you. My name is Jeff Ehrlich. I am also a member of CB1, Community Board 1, of the Landmarks Committee, the co-chair of the Quality of Life Committee. I would like to point out that we did vote unanimously. We represent our community. We voted unanimously to landmark the 143 Chambers, 315 Broadway, and the Excelsior Power Building. I should also point out I live and rent since 1971 at 143 Chambers on the second floor. To many of us, these beautiful buildings, they give us a sense of history. It's why we choose to live where we do. And frankly, we're scared by the threat of this onrushing development. I would also note that 315 Broadway and 143 Chambers, I see, are listed with undetermined architect, which somehow to me seems absolutely appropriate for these extraordinary buildings designed for very commercial and very workmanlike purposes. It's what we love about this place. It's our history. We ask that you act to preserve all three of these buildings. Thank you.
Thank you. Eileen Herman?
Hi, I'm Eileen Herman. I moved to this neighborhood in 1979. In 1989, I was involved with Tribeca Community Association to work to designate a historic district. I found out too late that many buildings were not included. 143 Chambers, 315 Broadway were not included. There was a beautiful twin building that stood next to 315 Broadway. It was torn down, and what remains is McDonald's. I would like to know why it has taken so long to landmark the buildings that are being talked about today before they are torn down. Thank you.
Thank you. Lynn Ellsworth?
I'm Lynn Ellsworth with the Tribeca Trust, and I want to thank you for having this hearing, and I'm grateful for the unpaid servitude that the Commission has shown through all this. 143 Chambers and 315 Broadway are part of a rare and deeply pleasurable urban ensemble that stretches from Broadway to Greenwich Streets and up along the Broadway corridor, both north and south from Chambers Street. Christopher Gray describes the commercial unruliness of Chambers in a column of a few years back. And indeed, that commercial unruliness was part of its character from way back, when the pollution of sugar factories at Greenwich Street drove out the residents who converted their properties to store and loft buildings and moved uptown, along with the New York Hospital, where 315 Broadway now stands. It was so unruly then that the, lower this. It was so unruly that the tour guides of the time told people to avoid the area, but no more. The tourists are coming, and they are wandering, and they are wondering what they are seeing. Unprotected buildings in this stretch of Chambers Street and Broadway include the two Gherkin Bank buildings at 1 Hudson and 90 West Broadway, the old police station and House of Relief on the south side of Chambers, that's opposite 143 Chambers, among many others that we have documented in our research reports to the LPC. For those who love old New York, it's all here, despite the occasional overzealous mistreatment of windows or ground floor retail space. The sense of place is obvious. There are still many loft law buildings here, and the artists are still residents. We should be amazed that all of this architectural urbanity is still here, even though big real estate has hungered after this area, and privately they used to call it, south of Chambers, Wall Street North. Our LPC should resist the blandishments of big real estate and listen to the Tribecans who have petitioned you in great numbers. 60% of voting age Tribecans have signed the petition asking you to step in and protect this area. Therefore, it seems logical, fitting, meritorious, and entirely reasonable to calendar these stretches of Tribeca as part of our long-standing and well-documented request to expand Tribeca's historic districts. Thank you.
Thank you. Russell Needham?
Good morning. I'm Russell Needham, a first vice president of the Victorian Society. It is now hard to imagine that by the mid-20th century, the importance and beauty of cast iron architecture had become greatly underappreciated, and many of the most significant cast iron buildings were threatened with demolition and neglect. In the spirit of our founder, Margot Gale, who recognized the incredible importance of cast iron fronted buildings and formed the Friends of Cast Iron Architecture in 1969, The Victorian Society of New York supports 143 Chambers Street for designation as a New York City landmark. This imposing 5-story Italianate store and loft building on the north side of Chambers Street between Hudson and West Streets was constructed a speculated investment by the estate of Ellis Potter in 1860 to 61. In the 1850s and 1860s, cast iron was a miracle material. The iron framing permitted the wider windows, so important for retail stores, and also allowed for quick construction in mass-produced but highly detailed designs, writes Christopher Gray in one of his numerous cityscapes columns devoted to the significance of cast iron as building medium. It is characteristic of the store and loft type, which flourished in the 1850s and 1870s as the wholesale textile and dry goods district expanded northward from Cortlandt Street, spurred by the development of the Hudson River waterfront and the construction of the Hudson River Railroad Terminal at Hudson and Chambers Street in 1851. These loft buildings provided large, open interior spaces for the storage of goods and well-lit ground story showrooms for the display of merchandise. Their facades were almost uniformly designed in the Italian Renaissance-inspired palazzo style, thought particularly appropriate for commercial buildings because of its associations with Italy's merchant princes. A distinguished example of the palazzo style, 143 Chambers Street has a richly embellished dark sandstone facade set above a cast iron and glass storefront. Its cast iron ground story is articulated by Corinthian piers and columns which support a wide entablature with a mullioned cornice, bulkhead beneath the west show window and lunette transoms. It's for these reasons that we feel this is a very historic building and should definitely be preserved. Thank you.
Thank you. Linda Jones? Linda Jones? Is she here? Oh, she is. Okay, great.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Linda Jones. I'm Chair of the Landmarks Committee of Community Board 3. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you about 2 Community District 3 properties included in this morning's agenda, 2 Oliver Street and 138 2nd Avenue. Last April, Community Board 3 passed a resolution calling for retention on the LPC calendar of these 2 precious, rare federal-style buildings. As you know, development pressures on the Lower East Side are taking a toll, particularly in our amazing collection of unprotected federal-style buildings. 2 Oliver Street was calendared and heard by the Commission as one of its first actions in 1966. 138 2nd Avenue was actually proposed for designation by the Commission itself in 2009. I know you're familiar with these 2 buildings. I'll just mention that 2 Oliver Street, was built in 1821 and served as the home of one of the first trained architects to work in America, James O'Donnell. It was modified with a 3rd story in 1850, as were many such early federal-style buildings, and remains remarkably intact. The other, 138 2nd Avenue, was built in 1832 by Thomas Davis at a time when it was one of the premier residential addresses in New York City. Its significant federal-style features include Flemish bond brickwork and an elaborate Gibbs door surround. It has several added stories and a commercial addition and has been beautifully restored. The conclusion of our April resolution reads, "Therefore be it resolved, Community Board 3 urges the LPC to abide by its precedent of holding public hearings and retain the 2 properties within Community District 3 on the calendar. Based upon their merits, proceed with a vote to landmark." Thank you.
Thank you. Alyssa Bishop?
Good morning. My name is Alyssa Bishop, and I'm going to be speaking for, and knocking over the mic, speaking for a number of different individuals in support of landmarking the IRT Powerhouse. First up, I'd like to read a statement from Bjarke Ingels. founder of Big Architects. I support the designation of the IRT Powerhouse in New York City as a New York City landmark. The 1904 McKim, Mead & White Beaux-Arts building played a crucial role in New York City history and adds character and charm to its neighborhood. The IRT Powerhouse deserves to be saved for generations of New Yorkers to come. I have a similar statement from Mazdak Rossi, founder of Milk Studios, which is located in Chelsea. I'm the co-founder and creative director at Milk Studios, located at 450 West 15th Street. I support designating the IRT Powerhouse as a New York City landmark. The IRT Powerhouse deserves to be saved for generations of New Yorkers to come and adds character and charm to its neighborhood. Lastly, I'm going to be giving a personal statement on behalf of my nonprofit organization, the Hudson River Powerhouse Group, founded in 2007 for this exact purpose, to landmark the IRT Powerhouse. So I'm not really sure what I can say at this point that hasn't already been said and isn't already filed in your paperwork. This is an important building. Its architects are legendary. Its size is monumental. Its design is beautiful Beaux-Arts. But for me, its importance runs even deeper than that. Its creation is tied to and was built for the lifeblood of New York City. So the way that I think about it is I ride the subway every day, usually more than once a day. And how many of us probably rode the subway here this morning to get here? I did. Our subway system makes New York City, New York City. It's massive, chaotic, gritty, but our subways wouldn't exist if not for the IRT Powerhouse. And McKim, Mead & White's design really reflects that. Its building was really meant to be this visible monument to the power and potential of this city, and really represent this otherwise invisible kind of monumental engineering miracle that is the New York City subway system. So this building was important in function and was designed to also look important so that New Yorkers would know that this subway system was going to revolutionize their city. It's important in both form and function, and I think that that's important, and I think that's why this building should be landmarked and celebrated. So we spent the past 9 years working with organizations like Big Architects, the High Line. We've spoken to Durst. We've worked with Riverside South Planning Corporation, Architizer. We spoke to Diane von Furstenberg, Graydon Carter, Vanity Fair, Andrew Dolkart from Columbia, Mosette Broderick from NYU to proactively gather support for this building and recognize it for how important it was to the city and imagine a new future for it. Of the 28 speakers that spoke...
I'm sorry, you have to conclude your statement.
Okay. There are, as been mentioned before, there's development directly across the street to the south. There's development to the north. There is a massive restoration to the east. It's only a matter of time before this building becomes more valuable than what's existing right now. Please designate this building a landmark.
Thank you.
Sure.
Christabel Guff.
Christabel Goff for the Society for the Architecture of the City. I'm speaking on 2 Oliver Street. We reviewed the 1966 testimony that halted this designation. It is interesting that the rector and wardens of Trinity Church had not familiarized themselves with the workings of the landmarks law before deciding to oppose. Their counsel explained in great detail that the interior, which was not eligible for consideration, had been altered. He argued that the building was ineligible because it was modest, plain, even, quote, painfully drab, and thus not the equal of, quote, other beautifully built and much more distinguished houses awaiting designation. Especially from this source, the implied social criticism was unfortunate, with its suggestion that only lavish structures erected by the wealthy and powerful were distinguished enough to merit preservation. The LPC has never taken such a position. The first landmark designated, LP 0001, the Wyckoff House, could not have been more plain. The core of it, a tiny Dutch colonial farmhouse built of hand-hewn wood for shelter in the wilderness by 17th century settlers of flatlands. Montgomery Schuyler's 1899 essay from Architectural Record, The Small City House in New York, is still the best defense of the Federal House as what we now call vernacular architecture. Schuyler described in detail the factors creating what he called the decorum of these small plain federal dwellings. Quote, "The most respectable and artistic pattern of habitation New York has ever known." There was already a Baptist church next door when 2 Oliver was built in 1821. That church burned and was replaced by the landmarked Mariners Temple, another austere feature of a neighborhood with few resources. Quoting, "The importance of this building lies in its achievement of great classical dignity in a relatively small structure with little use of costly details or materials," its designation report notes. 2 Oliver Street is in total harmony with that landmark neighbor. We were sorry to hear that the present owner still opposes. We hope they will reconsider, because the regulation that the commission would be offering really only affects the front of the building, which is in perfectly good condition, and we really don't see why it should create a problem for the church. Thank you.
Thank you. Marianne Arisman? And the speaker after that will be Joyce Mendelson.
I'm Marianne Arisman. I'm a trustee of the Greenwich Village Society for Historic Preservation. GVSHP urges LPC to designate 2 Oliver Street as a New York City landmark, and we have submitted a letter to the Commission detailing its merits for designation. The structure was first heard for designation in 1966 in the earliest days of the Commission and was one of 13 federal houses proposed for designation by GVSHP and the New York Landmarks Conservancy in 2002. That designation proposal enjoyed strong support from the local elected officials and preservation organizations citywide. 2 Oliver was built, as we've heard, in 1821 by Robert Dodge, with the 3rd story added around 1850. Its simple design and features reflect characteristics of many federal-era residences, and the 3rd story addition was done in a manner quite typical for such early relics of New York's first wave of urban development. Intact details include its simple massing, the brick-clad front elevation set in Flemish bond, and brownstone sills and incised lintels. Over the course of its long history, 2 Oliver has been home to 2 particularly prominent residents who add to the building's historic significance. James O'Donnell was among America's first trained architects, and Dr. Antonio Pisani, a noted physician and commissioner of the New York City Board of Education, who was recognized for his work within the Italian immigrant community. Both men are reflective of the waves of immigrants to come through Lower Manhattan in the 19th and 20th century, and both men enjoyed significant professional successes. James O'Donnell came to the U.S. from Ireland in 1812, along with Benjamin Latrobe. He was among the first trained architects to practice in the United States who had apprenticed in Europe. O'Donnell leased 2 Oliver. While in residence, he designed the nearby Fulton Street Market. Other works by O'Donnell include the renovation and extension of Columbia College, the Bloomingdale Asylum, and Christ Church on Anthony Street. After 14 years in New York, he moved to Montreal, where he designed the Basilica of Notre Dame, one of North America's largest and earliest Gothic Revival churches. Dr. Antonio Pisani was born in New York around 1873 to Italian immigrants. Dr. Pisani graduated from Columbia's College of Physicians and Surgeons in 1896, began practicing medicine in New York, moved to 2 Oliver Street between 1900 and 1905, and lived there with his family while conducting his medical practice. Dr. Pisani also served as commissioner to the Board of Education between 1909 and 1917.
I'm sorry, your time is up.
I'm sorry. In light of the intact physical structure and the connection to important figures in New York's history, GVSHP urges the Commission to designate 2 Oliver Street as a New York City landmark.
Thank you.
Try talking fast.
Thank you. Joyce Mendelson, and the speaker after that will be Jean Standish.
Good morning. I'm Joyce Mendelson, representing Friends of the Lower East Side. We fervently support landmark designation of 2 Oliver Street, the sole extant New York City building designed and occupied by prominent architect builder James O'Donnell, who was elected to the American Academy of Fine Arts in 1817. O'Donnell is best known as the architect of his Gothic-inspired Notre Dame Basilica in Montreal, recognized as one of the world's most dramatic churches. And he designed several important buildings in New York City that no longer stand, including Bloomingdale Insane Asylum, Fulton Street Market, and Christ Church. O'Donnell worked on the Fulton Street Market while living nearby at 2 Oliver Street. The importance of preserving this intact dwelling, the only one of his buildings that survives in the city, cannot be overstated. In 1824, before moving to Canada to supervise construction of the Basilica, O'Donnell built this typical New York City federal-style 2-story row house clad in red Flemish bond brick with brownstone lintels and sills. A 3rd story was added in 1850, replicating the original paneled lintels. Hundreds of these modest federals have been destroyed or altered beyond recognition. It is extremely rare to find one extant federal with a known architect. Commissioners, this is your opportunity to preserve a rare survivor of our city's architectural legacy in the historic Chatham Square area, a location important to the early years of our city's development. We implore the Commission to designate 2 Oliver Street an official landmark. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Jean Standish. And the speaker after that will be Anita Isola, and then Justine Leguzama.
My name is Jean Standish, and I'm here representing the Lower East Side Preservation Initiative. We are here strongly supporting the landmark designation of 2 Oliver Street and 138 2nd Avenue as individual landmarks. In regard to 2 Oliver Street, it was constructed in 1821 and retains most of the essential characteristics of the federal style, particularly its simple yet elegant design, Flemish bond brickwork, and incised lintels. Its 3rd-story addition is a common and for its time respectful alteration to the original 2.5-story design. Our city's federal era structures are amongst our most prized historic buildings, serving as reminders when, in the late 18th and early 19th century, New York was a young and growing port on the verge of becoming the world-renowned city it remains to this day. Although the Lower East Side is most commonly associated with the more ornate tenement construction that occurred during the late 19th and early 20th century, the early 19th century federal houses show the more architecturally restrained beginnings of our common history as New Yorkers. In regard to 138 2nd Avenue, in 1832, when this grand residential building was constructed, it was one of the many such homes that once lined this part of 2nd Avenue. The building retains most of its federal characteristics. Its simple and yet elegant design, including Flemish bond brickwork, and most notably its Gibbsian entrance around clearly show the building's origins in this early period of the East Village development. The fourth-story addition, built in the late 19th century over the original 3.5-story design, physically embodies the neighborhood's transition from exclusive, wealthy enclave to German immigrant community. Significant to the history of both the building and the neighborhood, in 1874, the building was converted to the Association for Befriending Children and Young Girls, and then in 1960 became the headquarters for the League of Foreign-Born Citizens. During this period, the entire Lower East Side, including Kleindeutschland, became the most important center for immigration in the country. We respectfully ask the Landmarks Preservation Commission to vote to designate both 2 Oliver Street and 138 Second Avenue as soon as possible. Without landmark protection, these important buildings will most certainly fall prey to the neighborhood's intense development pressures. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. Anita Isola?
Good morning, Commissioners. Forgive me for sounding a little bit redundant. My name's Anita Isola. I'm on the board at the Greenwich Village Society for Historic Preservation, and I'm here to speak on their behalf about designating 138 Second Avenue, which you've heard a great deal of support for. It was built in 1832, and it's reflective of the rich history of the transformation, of Second Avenue from those early days into the immigrant days. It's a link to the stress of Second Avenue also as an important residential area. It was built by a developer named Thomas Davis in the early 19th century. He built grand federal-styled houses. 2 other residences built by Davis are number 4 and number 20 St. Mark's Place that have already been designated. And this 138 Second Avenue bears much in common with these structures, including a striking Gibbs door surround, its scale, and its Flemish bond brickwork. In the late 19th century, a fourth story was added, and on it a Italianate cornice and a stoop railing. The house is an excellent vintage example of a sensitive conversion of this row house into commercial use. Davis moved to New York in 1830, and he began to acquire and develop real estate from the Peter Stuyvesant's farm. He built grand 3.5-story federal-style brick, marble, and townhouses like this one along not only St. Mark's but in other parts of the city. He also developed Carroll Place, which is now Bleecker Street between Thompson and LaGuardia Place, which includes several similarly grand federal-style houses. In 1850, this particular house became the home of a prominent merchant, Duncan Campbell, and his wife, Maria. The Campbells were well placed in New York society. Mrs. Campbell was the daughter of a prominent city banker, Mr. William Baynard, and Mr. Campbell had been a partner in the legendary New York merchant house of Leroy Bayard and Company. Prior to the Civil War, the
I'm sorry, your time is up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We
This
very
clock
much
is
urge
off,
you to designate this property. Thank you.
Thank you. Justine Leguizamo, followed by Penelope Barrow and Hilda Rieger.
Good morning. I'm Justine Leguizamo. I'm a trustee of the Greenwich Village Society for Historic Preservation. GVSHP urges the LPC to designate 57 Sullivan Street as a New York City landmark. We've submitted a letter to the Commission detailing its merits for designation. 57 Sullivan Street, built in 1816-17, and a federal-style row house, is one of the oldest surviving houses in Lower Manhattan, and we believe it is the oldest house in the South Village. It was one of 13 federal houses proposed for designation by GVSHP and the Landmarks Conservancy in 2002. That designation proposal had strong support from local elected officials. The local community board, neighbors, preservation organizations across the city supported it as well. In 2013, 57 Sullivan Street was listed on the state and national register of historic places as a contributing property within the South Village Historic District. 57 Sullivan Street maintains many of its significant features of this first architectural style of the newly born American Republic. Though altered somewhat in the 19th and 20th centuries, these alterations are typical of the era, reflect the ongoing evolution of life in New York, and are consistent with those alterations found on other individually landmarked federal houses in New York. The house retains its front stoop, brick-clad front facade laid in Flemish bond, and incised brownstone lintels. Its most remarkable intact feature is the incised entry arch with incised keystone and impost blocks. The third floor was added by 1858, and the Flemish bond was continued on this story, as was the use of similar lintels seen on the lower floors. Exposure of the frame on the south facade during demolition of an adjacent house revealed for a time the underlying wooden construction. As one of the oldest surviving houses in Manhattan, 57 Sullivan Street has borne witness to and participated in the story of the evolution of housing in New York City. It started as a single-family house at its inception in the early 19th century. As the demographics of the neighborhood changed, it became multifamily housing for Italian immigrants. Today, it has returned to a single-family residence. The house was constructed on land formerly owned by Alexander L. and Sarah Lipson Stewart. David G. Bogart, a mason, owned it from 1817 to 1841, and its next owner and occupant, Thomas Bray, was an Irish immigrant who owned a liquor store on Grand Street. Following Bray's death in 1880 and into the 20th century, the house was rented to Italian immigrant families, reflecting the change in the surrounding neighborhood. In 1900, 3 families and 2 boarders, all first and second generation Italian Americans, made 57 Sullivan Street their home. By 1920, as many as 21 people resided there, and at the turn of the 21st century, 57 Sullivan Street was restored and is currently a single-family residence. The fact that this rare example of an early 19th century intact federal-style residence still survives.
I'm sorry, your time is up.
Location is quite remarkable. 57 Sullivan Street is certainly worthy of landmark designation.
Thank you. Thank you. Penelope Burrow.
Good morning. My name is Penelope Barrow, and I'm a member of the Board of Directors of the Historic Districts Council. 57 Sullivan Street was built in 1816-17, making it one of the oldest buildings in Manhattan and almost 200 years old. Standing just north of Broome Street, it is a wood-framed row house, which in itself makes it a rare example of the federal period. Originally 2 stories, by 1858 the building was raised to 3, terminating in a wooden cornice. In 1970, it was calendared for designation, but those alterations may have made it ineligible to meet the standards of the time. In the intervening 45 years, we have lost many federals. Its present owners acquired the house in 1994, conscientiously restored it, and included a new front door, windows, ironwork, and shutters. They were influenced in their choices by other federal buildings, including 203 Prince Street, an 1834 federal, a couple of blocks away, designated an individual landmark in 1974. Later, in 2002, 57 Sullivan was one of 13 federals proposed by the Greenwich Village Society for Historic Preservation and the New York Landmarks Conservancy, but it was not heard until 2009. It enjoyed strong support among local officials, neighbors, and preservation groups, but it became one of LPC's heard but not designated buildings. The owners love their house and have been good stewards of it, but the future is hard to foresee, and new owners may not be so caring. There's a great deal of construction in the area, both across the street and up the block, suggesting that the building is already under development pressure and may be seriously jeopardized. This is the time to preserve this house in perpetuity. We ask the Landmarks Preservation Commission to designate 57 Sullivan Street as an individual landmark. Thank you.
Thank you. Hilda Vigier followed by Robin Garr and Nina Felshin.
Good morning. I'm Hilda Regier, President of the Victorian Society, New York. Our organization strongly advocates the designation of the former Interborough Rapid Transit Powerhouse as an individual landmark. Built in 1904 between 11th and 12th Avenues, West 58th and 59th Streets, it was designed by Stanford White. The design is in the Beaux-Arts style and embodies the aesthetic ideals of the City Beautiful movement. The 11th Avenue's facade, designed as the building's front, has 6 windows that are separated by brick pilasters rusticated with foliated terracotta blocks and topped with terracotta wreaths. William Phelps, an engineer in the mechanical department of the Subway Construction Company, provided the structural design for a building that provided the highest level of technical sophistication in electrical power production in the early 20th century. At completion, it was the largest powerhouse in the world. All the electricity for the original IRT subway, opened in 1904, was generated here, according to the current AIA guide to New York City. Current generated in the powerhouse was distributed to 8 substations along the subway line to power the signal and lighting systems. The building was acquired by Con Edison in 1959 and subsequently underwent a number of alterations. Several street-level openings were carved into the north and south sides of the building, and 4 of the 6 original smokestacks were removed. A 500-foot-high smokestack of reinforced concrete replaced one of the originals in 1968. The original cornice was removed, and the roof tiles, clerestory windows, and some other windows have been replaced. Nonetheless, the building still exudes its original magnificent style. The massive, beautifully designed building deserves recognition on its aesthetic merits and its place in the history of New York City's transportation. Thank you.
Thank you. We're just going to take Eric Botcher from Councilmember Corey Johnson's office first, and then we'll go back to the order, so Robin Garr will come after that. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Eric Botcher from Councilmember Corey Johnson's office. I'll be reading testimony by Councilmember Corey Johnson. Good morning. My name is Corey Johnson, and I represent District 3 in the New York City Council, which includes the neighborhoods of Chelsea, Hell's Kitchen, Greenwich Village, parts of Soho, and the Upper West Side. I'd like to thank the Landmarks Preservation Commission for holding this public hearing today and giving New Yorkers the opportunity to testify on sites that are of great importance to our city. The council district that I represent is blessed to have some of the most beautiful architecture in the world. We're also lucky to have strong landmark protections for many of our historic buildings. One building that has been on the LPC's calendar for many years is 57 Sullivan Street, a spectacular federal-style building in the West Village. I strongly urge the Commission to prioritize designation of 57 Sullivan Street as an individual landmark. One of the oldest remaining buildings of its kind in Lower Manhattan, it has retained its original 19th century federal architectural style for hundreds of years. Its unique architectural characteristics are one of a kind, from its red brick facade to its paneled stone arch to its simple fan light. This simple 3-story gem embodies the rustic architectural history of the early 1800s. In addition to its architectural merits, 57 Sullivan Street also plays a role in Lower Manhattan's rich and vibrant history. Built in 1817, the building was erected on the former estate of America's 3rd Vice President, Aaron Burr. By the 1880s, the neighborhood around 57 Sullivan was changing dramatically. The industrialization of Lower Manhattan brought an influx of Italian immigrants. The old and elegant St. John's Park, which at one time was lined with beautiful federal mansions similar to 57 Sullivan, had been transformed into a freight rail terminal. In the early 20th century, 57 Sullivan Street housed multiple working-class families, many of Italian descent, and it has long served as a beautiful reminder of the strong Italian heritage of 50 Sullivan Street neighborhood. Testimony for designation of this property was first heard in 1970, 45 years ago. In 2009, the LPC held another hearing, but did not vote to preserve it as a landmark. This means that 57 Sullivan is now also one of the only South Village federal houses that has been left in preservation limbo twice. I hope the LPC votes to end this streak with a designation of landmark status to this deserving site. When walking the streets of the West Village, one is consumed by a sense of history that few other places enjoy. This is because of buildings like 57 Sullivan Street. We have a responsibility to safeguard these treasures for future New Yorkers, for New Yorkers of today, and for future generations. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Commissioner Meenakshi Suresan and the Landmarks Preservation Commission for giving each calendared applicant its due consideration. The LPC is charged with a formidable mission, and I can commend the dedication of its members of the leadership, under the leadership of Chair Srinivasan. Thank you.
Thank you. Robin Garb.
Good morning. My name is Robin Garr. I'm a DCA licensed sightseeing guide for New York City and a member of the Guides Association of New York City. I want to thank the Commission for letting me testify today. I'm here to voice my support for the city landmarking of the IRT Powerhouse, now the Con Edison Powerhouse, for its beautiful 1904 McKim Mead and White Beaux-Arts facade, but not just for its architectural historical presence as a contrast to the new shiny developments all around it. The building is a celebration of our mass transit system. At 110 years old, it is the original powerhouse for the then new electrified subway. An integral part of our city's history is documenting the transit patterns and systems. Preserved sites are so important for illustrating the stages and developments of this history. Grand Central Terminal, the High Line, our waterways, a few piers, a few roads and bridges remain, but many have been lost. This is one of only 2 of the original 8 public utility structures that were built in the early 20th century, and it's certainly the most monumental. As we heard from Con Edison's testimony today, they've been willing to work with the Landmarks Commission and preservation groups when they've wanted to make alterations to the building, and I think by getting landmark designation, they will have to work with the Landmarks Preservation Commission to retain the facade of the building. It is likely that at some point this building will be decommissioned as a power station, so it's imperative that the building receive landmark status to preserve the facade for a future adaptive reuse rather than destructive development. I have decades of experience as a museum educator teaching from the object, engaging visitors with what is on view. As a New York City tour guide, the object, my museum, is the city. My objects are the buildings, the monuments, the parks, the places, and the people and what happened there. Pointing out a spot where a structure once was just does not have that much impact. A visitor engages more when they can see a building, even a remnant of it. Preserving tangible places where important historical events occurred provides instant interaction and creates reaction with our visitors. That human encounter is what keeps this city alive, thriving, and one of the top destinations in the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Nina Felshen. And then Judy Richheimer, sorry.
Hi, I'm Nina Felshen. Thank you for letting me testify today. I'm going to read a letter from Jeremy Travis, who is the president of John Jay College of Criminal Justice. And then to save time, I'm going to read just one paragraph from my own letter because everyone has said the same stuff already. In light of the architectural, historic, and cultural significance of the former IRT powerhouse, I write to urge members of the New York City Landmarks Preservation Commission to approve its landmark status. This action will signal your continued leadership in the country and assure the respect of the building and community it richly serves. Few buildings stand out in Manhattan's West Side as the McKim, Mead, and White IRT powerhouse. In a sea of glass facades and towering high-rises, The powerhouse is one of the last local architectural vestiges that illustrate the story of New York City at the turn of the 20th century. This mammoth and beautiful building represents the very best of our built and industrial heritage and lends distinct character to our neighborhood and surrounding communities. Last year marked a special milestone in the history of John Jay College. We celebrated our 50th year by honoring those who saved the college when it almost closed and the visionaries who helped grow our institution. As I reflect on our past, which is inextricably tied to our great community, I cannot help but think about the exceptional building to our west. Attendees of and visitors to John Jay frequently marvel at the design and scale of the powerhouse. It serves as an iconic anchor, a powerful reminder of where we come from as change abounds. As the Commission marks its golden anniversary of protecting New York City's most cherished architectural artifacts and reaffirms its mission for the next 50 years, I implore you to continue championing the great cause of historic preservation and heritage conservation to enrich our cityscape and quality of life for future generations. Thank you for your consideration of my comments. I'm just going to say that I am a lifelong, well, almost lifelong, I was away for about 18 years, of New York's Upper West Side, and I'm going to spare you some of the stuff that's already been said, but I just want to say this. I was born and raised on the Upper West Side of Manhattan. I was 19 years old when Penn Station was destroyed. I, like many others, was traumatized and politicized by that event. Many of us care deeply about the environment in which we live and want to preserve what makes this an amazing city. I implore you to carry out the mission of the LPC as it is intended. Do not be swayed by absentee developers whose interests...
Sorry, your time is up. Next speaker is Judy Richheimer.
Judy Richheimer from the Guides Association of New York City. The author William Rosser Cole wrote that any true New Yorker always gained a peculiar thrill from walking down a street they had never encountered before. Some 20 years ago, I experienced right down to my toes exactly that thrill when I happened upon a street new to me, an entire block actually, which housed just one building covering that entire block. An ornate miracle plunked down on what was then the wild west side of Manhattan. Now, it happened that I made that discovery on exactly my first day of tour guiding, so the experience was not just exhilarating, but also humbling. Supposedly, I was an expert, but clearly, I had much to learn if such a mammoth and important-looking structure had previously eluded me. The idea of the City Beautiful movement was another bit of knowledge that I was yet to fully acquire. So although I had known coming in to the profession that certain New York City public schools looked like fairy tale castles or Medici palaces, it wasn't until later that I learned CBJ Snyder was sending a message about how important free education was to a democracy when he made school buildings look so alluring. And the same principle was at work when Carrere and Hastings designed the New York Public Library, as if to say, come in, read books for free, and feel like royalty as you do it. Stanford White's Powerhouse made a similar statement about the subway and all that the subway once represented. In the beginning, we rode that system with excitement and optimism. The first day of service, riders got dressed in their finest and brought champagne on board. And all classes mingled together, and young men and women got to collide accidentally on purpose into each other's arms. And the subway helped to bring boroughs that had been dragged kicking and screaming into legal consolidation feel now that they were actually part of one great city. The subway was the future. Con Edison, current owner at the Powerhouse, and generally a good civic actor, is concerned with the future too. They have testified that they can envision circumstances so horrible and exigent that at a moment's notice, the north wall of the powerhouse might have to be smashed in to quickly make adjustments inside and keep the city in steam heat. Commissioners, please save Con Edison from their dreadful and nervous imaginings. And save for posterity this great visual statement that utility and beauty not only can
I'm sorry,
coexist.
your time is up. I'm sorry, your time is up.
But not only can coexist, but must coexist.
I'm sorry.
If we are to have a democracy
Excuse me,
worthy of the
your
name.
time is up. Thank you. Right, next speaker is Manhattan Borough President Gail Brewer.
Thank you very much. I am Gail Brewer, Manhattan Borough President, and I have provided you with copies of my full testimony, so I'm going to condense. I'd like to thank the chair and her staff for meeting with me and my staff to engage in a robust discussion on the importance of these items and public discourse on them. These hearings are the result of our working with LPC, with landmark advocacy groups, and REBNY, me working with REBNY, on a proposal to tackle this issue of a backlog. Amazingly, we all agreed no one wanted a backlog. It made no sense for buildings to sit in limbo for years. We also agreed it would be a disservice to the importance of designation and the work by neighborhoods and preservationists to erase decades of work in one single action without any public discourse. So thank you, LPC. Our landmarks law is incredibly important in ensuring the diversity of Manhattan in our city. Without the landmark law, this country would look more like an impenetrable wall of steel and glass boxes than the old and new that makes our borough, Manhattan, so special, and the entire city. So that's what's important about this county and this law. I want to thank the commissioners for listening. It's a huge undertaking to address decades of work by neighborhoods, advocates, and the LPC. Last November, when the issue of how to eliminate the backlog first rose, we visited, my staff did, every single Manhattan building on the list over Thanksgiving weekend. Based solely on the exterior, we believe that some of these are worthy of designation on architectural merit alone. Some of these buildings, like the IRT Powerhouse I pushed for as a council member just a few years ago. Others, like the Lowe's Theater on 175th Street, which I know is being heard next week, I know that, not this week, have been neighborhood priorities for years. I'm thankful to be able to deliver testimony on these items and for others to have the chance to do so as well, all of you. Public discourse is essential to ensure transparency and robust discussion. The landmarks law also allows designation of an item for its historical interest or value as part of the heritage or cultural characteristics of the city, state, or nation. The LPC took a huge step in recognizing this historic and cultural significance, as you know, with the designation of the Stonewall Inn earlier this year. A number of items on this backlog represent additional such opportunities. We should not be scared to landmark these items because we do not have a roadmap forward for changes to these buildings. Instead, let's also take this opportunity to think creatively and create some predictability for potential changes to a building whose significance is not reliant upon its architecture. These two public hearings in the Manhattan menu will offer you and the public an opportunity to hear which buildings are considered of special significance by both neighborhood preservationists and our citywide preservation groups. I would therefore ask that you pay particular attention to their testimony as these organizations dedicate their existence to this endeavor, and I know you will. Additionally, these hearings will provide a forum for demonstrating when buildings have significant community support. Strong support, or not, from the community board should be taken into consideration by the LPC as a positive factor. The written copies I have provided the commission contain a list of buildings or sites that meet this important consideration. This landmarks law does not require owner permission, but it is clear from reading the research files that the lack of permission has been a barrier for designation for a number of these sites. I know I disagree with a number of people on this when it comes to houses of worship, but I don't think current ownership should matter. We need to think more long-term, and if a neighborhood church is the best example of an architectural style in that neighborhood and is a significant place identifier, it should be landmarked. Current ownership should not matter in deciding whether or not to preserve an historic resource, because that is what our historic buildings and districts are, a valuable and irreplaceable resource. Therefore, in addition to the items listed in my written testimony, I want to reiterate my support for Group A, Excelsior Power Company Building, IRT Powerhouse, and Bergdorf Goodman. Thank you for this opportunity. I want to add that I live in a historic district. I renovated my brownstone as a historic item, and I renovated, when I was in the city council, my district office within the historic district. It wasn't a problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. The next speaker is Hal Brum, and he'll be followed by Sarah Bean Appman and Nina Jean-Louis.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Hal Brum. 26 years ago, during Landmark Commission hearings on 143 and 315 Broadway, along with many other buildings, I testified in favor of their designation. Joining me in support was a considerable group of private citizens, elected officials, civic organizations, and the local community board. These included MAS, Civitas, Society for the Architecture of the City, Tribeca Community Association, Landmark West, Friends of the Upper East Side Historic Districts, Honorable Council Member Miriam Friedlander, Congressman Theodore Weiss, State Senator Manfred Orenstein, Assembly Member William Passanante, and many other private citizens. Copies of some of that testimony are attached as part of my written documentation. I was concerned to hear earlier as the hearing began that some of the records of that testimony do not seem to be in the LPC archives. The staff work in researching these fine examples of imposing Italianate architecture is praiseworthy and indicates the level of interest and concern that was apparent when the Landmarks Commission proposed their designation many decades ago. While the community has, since 1985, urged the Commission to protect the historically important Tribeca neighborhood through district designations, it was the Commission staff itself that recognized the individual merit of many important structures, even some half hidden under years of inappropriate alteration. Attached to my testimony is a letter to then Chair Gene Norman urging that the Commission designate 55 White Street. That important 1886 cast iron building was then facing desecration in the form of an 18-story tower to be erected on its rooftop. In a praiseworthy demonstration of the Commission fulfilling its legal mandate under the Landmarks Law, Chair Norman acted swiftly to designate 55 White Street as a landmark. One hopes that such dedication to the Commission's important work is still at the forefront today. For within steps of this hearing room, over 30 historic buildings in Tribeca face imminent demolition. I join Lynn Ellsworth of the Tribeca Trust in urging your focus and attention to the undesignated parts of Tribeca that are now being lost to development and inappropriate alteration. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah Bean Appman.
I'm Sarah Bean Attman of the GVSHP. The GVSHP urges the LPC to designate 801-807 Broadway as a New York City landmark, and we have submitted a letter to the Commission detailing its merits for designation. It is highly significant not only as one of New York's most prominent commercial emporia of the 19th century, but as a facilitator of the transformation of Lower Manhattan in the late 20th century from manufacturing district to residential neighborhood. James McCreary and Company Dry Goods opened its doors in 1869. McCreary, an Irish immigrant, commissioned the new store on Broadway and 11th Street in 1867, responding to the area's growing population of wealthy New Yorkers who were moving north of Washington Square. The building was designed by architect John Kellum, who was known for his work in the new medium of cast iron. The opulent cast iron facade provided an appropriate setting for the extravagant goods housed inside, namely luxurious silks unavailable elsewhere. In 1966, 801-807 Broadway became one of the first structures in New York City to be considered for individual landmark designation by the Commission due to its overwhelming architectural and cultural significance. However, in 1971, a fire began and destroyed the interior of the building before designation could take place. Thanks to the cast iron construction, though, the facade was left unscathed. The following year, the building was purchased with intention to demolish the remaining shell and erect a high-rise apartment building. Residents, including Margot Gale and the Friends of the Cast Iron, rallied and appeared before the Board of Appeals. In response, the board granted variances that, for the first time, made adapting a cast iron structure such as this to residential use feasible and legal, thus paving the way for a slew of similar such conversions in Lower Manhattan and throughout New York. Stephen B. Jacobs Group Architects was commissioned to transform the burned shell into 144 apartments. Completed in 1974, it was the first renovation of a cast iron building into conventionally financed housing and a fine example of repurposing vintage structures. Impeccably restored below the rooftop, the late 20th century additions to the building reflect one of the most consequential and influential building transformations in Lower Manhattan and New York of the last half century, thus making 801-807 Broadway arguably of even greater significance now than when it was first calendared by the Commission in 1966. We therefore urge you to designate this structure. Thank you.
Thank you. Nina Jean-Louis, followed by Jack Taylor and Beth Kaposias.
Good morning. My name is Nina Jean-Louis. I am a structural engineer in the preservation program at Pratt Institute and speaking on behalf of the Historic Districts Council on the James McCurry and Company building. This 1868 cast iron building on the corner of East 11th Street and Broadway is a relic of the original Ladies' Mile, which stretched from East 8th Street north to East 24th Street along Broadway. This corridor featured large shops such as the James McCurry and Company store, the original tenant of this massive structure. After a number of tenants, the building fell to its nadir in 1971 when a fire destroyed its mansard roof and much of its interior. However, it is always darkest before the dawn. Shortly after the fire in 1973, the building received new life and was one of the earliest upscale cast iron residential conversions. The building's developer planned to build a new skyscraper on the lot, but after community input, it was decided that the building would be saved. Revolutionary at the time, the BCA granted a variance that eliminated the need for a 30-foot rear yard for a residential building based on the 16-foot window openings, which were deemed acceptable for adequate air and light. The BCA also, the BSA also allowed the construction of an upper story designed by architect Stephen B. Jacobs to add additional rentable square footage. The building as a residence continues to be a success as tenants enjoy their spaces from behind a magnificent cast iron Corinthian colonnade. 801 Broadway was beloved enough in the early 1970s to be saved, and its conversion was instrumental in the way real estate evolved to embrace adaptive reuse in New York City. The addition, while not flattering, is one of its time and does not detract from the building. We urge the LPC to designate this unofficial landmark into a legitimate one, so that a bit of old New York, even 1970s New York, remains in the village. Thank you.
Jack Taylor.
Jack Taylor.
I'm Jack Taylor of the Drive to Protect the Ladies' Mile District. But for the intervention of a mere 3 or 4 blocks, 801 Broadway, the former James McCurry Dry Goods Emporium, would almost certainly have been included in the 1989 designation of the Ladies' Mile Historic District. Between the Civil War and World War I, the epicenter of magnificent Manhattan department stores and specialty shops took shape in the area immediately above 14th Street, leaving the cast iron McCurry building as almost a lone survivor below it. The late Margot Gale, a famous defender of New York's cast iron structures and a dogged preservationist all others looked up to, made a compelling case for the McCreary Building in her 1974 book, Cast Iron Architecture in New York. She cited the 1971 fire that destroyed the structure's original roof, and she lamented its humdrum replacement. Nevertheless, Miss Gale wrote, quote, 801 Broadway unquestionably merits designation as a landmark, unquote. Now, 41 years later, the Landmarks Preservation Commission has another opportunity to grant the McCreary Building the distinction and protection it so richly deserves. As defenders of anything Ladies Mile, we strongly urge this agency to recognize such an obligation. Thank you.
Thank you. Beth Kaposias? Sorry, Kaposias. Sorry.
Good morning. I'm Beth Kapoichis, and I'm representing Alta England and speaking on behalf of the Victorian Society of New York. I'm speaking in support of both 801 Broadway as well as 315 Broadway. The Victorian Society of New York strongly supports the designation of the old McCreary's Dry Goods Store building at 801 Broadway. Designed by architect John Pelham, McCreary's Dry Goods Store occupied the corner cast iron structure at Broadway and East 11th Street from 1868 until 1902. Although the original mansard roof has long since been replaced by a low fifth story, the magnificent cast iron facades on Broadway and East 11th Street remain intact. 801 Broadway looks across the street to Old Grace Church and is in lovely counterpoint to the Gothic Revival Church. For years after McCreary's store left, the building was occupied by a ladies' shoe and handbag factory and an antique statuary store. Early on the morning of October 31st, 1971, a fire, which could not be controlled for several hours, broke out in the factory. The interior was gutted, but the handsome exterior withstood the blaze. The cast iron facade was saved. In the spring of 1972, a real estate developer purchased the old McCreary building with its charred interior, intending to replace it with a new structure. However, he and his architect, realizing its potential for adaptive use, converted 801 Broadway to its current use as an apartment building with unique loft-like layouts. The cast iron facade was saved again. The sculptural facades of this building include dramatic colonnades of smooth, three-quarter round engaged columns on paneled pedestals. The long East 11th Street facade presents one of the most stirring views of cast iron in the city. Endless architecture, every part identical, the best use of cast iron. This cast iron front building is a survivor. Let's ensure its future by designating it a New York City landmark. And quickly, 315 Broadway. 315 Broadway is an enduring example of the type of store and loft building that shaped the streetscape of pre-Civil War society, of pre-Civil War New York City. Constructed in 1861, the generously proportioned and highly sculptural stone facade is a fine example of the Italianate palazzo style so popular in its day. Moreover, the 4-bay-wide, sturdy building front with its elegantly detailed cornice holds its own as an anchor for this Tribeca block in today's streetscape. Too often, contextual buildings such as this one are considered dispensable. However, if we don't protect at least the best contextual buildings, there will be no meaningful context left. There are few examples of 1850s and 1860s commercial palaces, such as 315 Broadway, remaining below Franklin Street. Thank you.
Thank you. Elizabeth Holt, followed by Allison Greenberg and Kelly Carroll.
My name is Elizabeth Holt. I'm a historic preservation student at Pratt Institute, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Historic District Council for the mission of the Immaculate Virgin. Tucked away on West 56th Street is a three-story brick and limestone structure completed in 1903 as the Midtown branch of the mission of the Immaculate Virgin.
The Catholic charity provides shelter, food, clothing, and education for underprivileged boys. Designed by the firm of Schnickel and Dittmers, which specialize in ecclesiastical and institutional architecture, this Beaux Arts style building features many intact original features, including a rusticated limestone base, elaborate window surrounds, and a dentil pressed metal cornice. The handsome building is an intimate anomaly within a streetscape of tenement buildings and warehouses, with the Hearst Tower and Midtown skyscrapers within close proximity and need. Thank you.
Thank you. Alison Greenberg.
Good morning, Chair Srinivasan and Commissioners. Thank you so much for agreeing to hold these hearings. They mean so much to the city now and to the future of New York City. I'm testifying on behalf of the Historic Districts Council in support of designation of the Excelsior Power Company building at 3343 Gold Street. The Excelsior Power Company building was designed by William Milne Grinnell and completed in 1888. Grinnell was trained as an architect at Yale University, but unfortunately never practiced architecture professionally. This creation, which is on the upper set of the slides, the third one to the right, is brick and terracotta. However, is proof of his architectural expertise. The 7-story building is a monumental Romanesque revival industrial building, complete with rough-cut ashlar and rounded springing arches. Queen Anne terracotta details adorn this building, while the Art Nouveau letters that read Excelsior Power Company, Building 1888 AD, add the final touch. Unfortunately, the plaque is not visible on the slide for the audience today. This is the oldest power generating station in New York City. 11 power plants, whose energy helped grow New York into the city that it is, have been demolished throughout the 5 boroughs. The Excelsior Power Company building, which is an architectural anomaly in the financial district, has been successfully adaptively reused as residences despite its original industrial use. This building remains intact and has overcome functional obsolescence and is a gift to Gold Street, and we ask that you please designate it. Separately, I'm a resident of Tribeca, and on behalf of the Tribeca Trust, I echo the testimony of Lynn Ellsworth and Hal Brom. Thank you.
Thank you. Kelly Carroll, who will be followed by Andrea Goldwyn.
Good morning. I'm Kelly Carroll from the Historic Districts Council. I'll be speaking on 138 2nd Avenue and also 2 Oliver Street. 138 2nd Avenue is a federal-style row house built in 1832 by Thomas Davis, a prolific developer of grand, late federal-style houses in the East Village, at a time when this stretch of 2nd Avenue was one of the premier residential addresses in New York. Of the very few such residential buildings that have survived, number 4 and 20 St. Mark's Place have both been designated individual landmarks. 138 2nd Avenue bears much in common with these houses, including its Gibbs surround and its Flemish pond. In 1916, this house became the home to the League of Foreign-Born Citizens, which was, according to a 1916 New York Times article, a, quote, non-racial, non-sectarian organization founded in 1913 for the purpose of interesting the immigrant in civic affairs and inspiring those who had not been naturalized to take steps toward making themselves American citizens, end quote. The structure was a gift to the League from Mrs. Vincent Astor. Its alteration with added stories when converted to multifamily use and a small commercial addition in front reflects the Lower East Side's transformation by immigrants and the emergence of 2nd Avenue in the early 20th century as the Yiddish Rialto, one of New York's most vibrant entertainment venues. Regarding 2 Oliver Street, which is also a federal-style single-family dwelling, built on a side hall plan in 1821 with the 3rd story added around 1850. It is a contributing property in the Two Bridges National Register Historic District, and the building is also significant because it was the home of James O'Donnell, which we heard a lot about from previous testimony as one of the first American-trained architects. 138 2nd Ave was proposed for designation by the LPC in 2009 and has since been beautifully restored. At the time of the hearing in 2009, the proposed designation of this house enjoyed strong support from both local and citywide preservation organizations. 2 Oliver Street had a public hearing in '66, but it was never designated. The effort to designate this structure was revived by local advocates and preservation organizations in 2002 and enjoyed strong support from local elected officials at that time. We urge the Commission to designate these rare, precious, and well-preserved federal dwellings in the village. Thank you.
Thank you. Andrea Goldman will be followed by Barbara Zay and Amanda Gruen.
Good day, Chair Srinivasan and Commissioners. I'm Andrea Goldman for the New York Landmarks Conservancy. The items presented this morning cover a range of architecture and history, from modest federal-style row houses to the robust IRT powerhouse. We support designating 4 and have submitted longer statements for each. In 2003, the Greenwich Village Society for Historic Preservation and the Conservancy published a booklet highlighting 13 federal-style row houses, small and endangered buildings that form a powerful link to Manhattan's early 19th century history. Now 8 are individual landmarks, 1 is in a historic district, and 2 were decalendared following inappropriate alterations. All that remain are 57 Sullivan and 2 Oliver. 57 Sullivan, which dates to 1816-17, is a fine example of the early federal period, featuring a brownstone arch and fanlight at the entrance, which the LPC has called the oldest surviving federal doorway in Manhattan. According to the research file, the Commission did designate in 1973, only to be turned back by the Board of Estimate. 2 Oliver, calendared since 1966, was built in 1821 and leased to James O'Donnell, one of the first trained architects to work in this country. It's a characteristically simple federal, with a 3rd floor built circa 1850 to match the lower 2. The cultural and architectural import of both buildings is only enhanced in the years since calendaring and the release of our publication. At the other end of the architectural spectrum, the Beaux-Arts masterpiece IRT Powerhouse is significant for its design as a work of the prominent architectural firm McKim White, as an example of an era when civic structures were monuments of the streetscape. Inspired by the City Beautiful movement, the Powerhouse, built to represent the triumph of a transit system that allowed people to move across New York every day, is a soaring tribute to the urban experience. 315 Broadway is an excellent example of Lower Manhattan's 19th century Italian Renaissance-inspired commercial palaces. Located near the A.T. Stewart department store, this building and its designated landmark neighbors are survivors from an era when this section of Broadway was a grand commercial thoroughfare. In 1977, the Conservancy worked to place the Excelsior Power Company building on the National Register. Unfortunately, a residential conversion resulted in the loss of significant historic features. Timely designation would have allowed the Commission to guide alterations and retain the character of the building. Many of the buildings heard this morning have been on the calendar for decades, unfortunately, some to their detriment. We urge the Commission to designate these 4 and provide the guidance and protection that these landmarks deserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Barbara Zay?
Good morning. Barbara Zay of the Historic Districts Council, speaking in support of designation for the IRT Powerhouse. I also wanted to mention that I was a fortunate member of the studio team at Columbia University's preservation program who worked on the preservation plan for the Powerhouse. I'm especially happy to be speaking for it today. Stanford White was able to design in 1904 what today seems like a minor miracle, a utilitarian structure that was highly elegant and ornate. It was all in a day's work, though, for White and other City Beautiful proponents who believed that public improvements should be built to create a city that was both functional and beautiful. We have them to thank for many of our city's finest landmarks, including libraries, schools, bathhouses, and parks. With one glance at the Powerhouse, it is easy to see that it is already a landmark and deserves official recognition to ensure its survival. This monumental structure is a remarkable example of Beaux-Arts design applied to a utilitarian building. Its architectural grandeur meant to convince the public to embrace the subway, a major new mode of transportation back in 1904. Designed as a showpiece, it now stands as a monument to progress and rapid transit. In addition to its architectural significance, the building holds an important place in industrial history. When it opened 111 years ago, it was the largest powerhouse in the world and provided the energy needed to run the first subway line along Manhattan's West Side, which in turn created and enabled the modern city of New York. Despite the unfortunate loss of its original smokestacks, the IRT powerhouse remains a commanding presence. With major development projects looming on all sides, this structure is a dynamic anchor for an ever-changing West Side. With widespread support, the building has been proposed and heard for designation 3 times before. While this support network has not wavered, as evidenced by the large number of speakers here today, the building's uncertain future grows more and more threatening. HDC urges you to designate this masterpiece before it is too late and to work with the owner, Con Ed, to assuage fears about flexibility and emergency operations. Thank you.
Thank you. Amanda Gruen, followed by Brian Weber and Susan Nile.
Good morning. My name is Amanda Gruen, and I volunteered to read a letter dated October 20th, 2015, from Barry Bergdahl, the Distinguished Architectural Historian and Curator of Architecture and Design at the Museum of Modern Art. Dear Chairman Srinivasan, I am writing to add my strong support of the designation of the 59th Street IRT Powerhouse at your November 5th hearing. The Powerhouse is an excellent candidate for designation. Built in 1904 to power New York City's first subway, the Interborough Rapid Transit Powerhouse occupies an entire city block from West 59th to 60th Street between West End Avenue and the West Side Highway. The exterior of the building was designed by Stanford White in 1902 and represents an important work from the final stage of White's career. It is part of the uplifting, civic-minded architecture of the City Beautiful movement, on par with other New York City Beaux-Arts designated landmarks, such as the Columbia University campus, the New York Public Library, the Metropolitan Museum of Art, and the Farley Post Office. New York City sold the building to Consolidated Edison in 1960 and uses it to generate steam. I understand that Con Edison only occupies a small percentage of the interior space today. I was disappointed to learn that Con Edison recently removed the last remaining historic smokestack on the building. Clearly, the existing preservation protections for the building are not adequate. I urge you to designate the building as a New York City landmark. Sincerely, Barry Bergdahl. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian Weber.
Hello, good morning. I'm here to speak in support of the IRT landmark, IRT power station. Let's landmark it already. It's been on the calendar for 36 years. And I think at this point, any discussion of its historic and architectural merits is irrelevant. I think the case has been made for it already. I don't think I have anything new to add after Barry Bergdahl and the HDC have spoken on its behalf. What I would like to note is that the only 2 people who've come out to speak in opposition are employees of an investor-owned utility, which is Con Ed. Con Ed is important. There's no negating that, and their needs and their charter for the city is very important as well. But without the oversight of a commission that concerns itself with the history and the aesthetics of the IRT power station, Con Ed would be allowed with impunity to make changes to this thing which is a monument to New York City, and I would argue the reason for your commission. LPC exists to save buildings such as this one, so please, please do it. Thank you.
Susan Nile.
Good morning. I'm Susan Nile, and I've been asked to read a letter from Professor Mazette Broderick, who is the director of the Urban Design and Architectural Studies program at NYU, the director of the Historical and Sustainable Architectural program at NYU London, and a clinical professor of art history. To comply with time constraints, I will only be reading excerpts. You already have a full copy of her letter. She writes, I write to add my words to those of many others currently urging the Commission to designate the IRT power plant at 11th Avenue and 59th Street. This is an important building and well deserves the honor of being a New York City landmark. The architectural firm of McKim, Mead, and White, as the nation's preeminent firm, was clearly established by the time the powerhouse was begun. At the IRT Powerhouse, White provided a shell for a technical center. Although likely not interested in machines of the plant, White had dealt with industrial plants for two of his friends, E.D. Adams and the Chandler complex on Roanoke River. White decided that the power plant should be as elegant as the city he was helping to fashion. On the urban side of the plant, White returned to old visible solutions on a base of pink granite. White recalled the golden bricks of his work in the later 1880s, employing Italian-inspired forms of Roman brick. In the early 20th century, power plants and factory buildings became milestones of the emerging architectural aesthetic. Here, a great powerhouse is worked in a simple but comprehensible facade. This is a great work, a monument to the new era. The IRT Powerhouse will become a treasure to the neighborhood. Indeed, in London at this very time, the old Battersea Power Station is the anchor for a huge new development. The IRT Powerhouse could follow this example. Yours truly, Mosette Broderick. I'd like to drop a personal comment. I think this is an important building, and please, please designate it. The concerns of Con Edison simply don't comport with the landmarks law. They don't have to worry. Thank you.
Jean-Daniel Noland, followed by Sean Cresandi and Mary Cope.
I'll try to be brief. Good morning. My name is Jean-Daniel Noland. I'm the chair of the Clinton Hell's Kitchen Land Use Committee of Manhattan Community Board 4. And as the borough president says, you have to listen to the community boards. I want to thank you for this opportunity to reaffirm Community Board 4's support for the designation of the Mission of the Immaculate Virgin on 448 West 56th Street and for the IRT Powerhouse on 12th Avenue. Both buildings have historical, architectural, social, and cultural significance for the Hell's Kitchen neighborhood and for all of New York City. The Mission of the Immaculate Virgin on West 56th Street was completed in 1903. For the Mission of the Immaculate Virgin, a Catholic charity founded in 1870 by Irish immigrant and Catholic priest John Drumgoole. It remains one of the most elegantly proportioned examples of the Beaux-Arts style in the Clinton Hell's Kitchen neighborhood. In fact, it may be the only Beaux-Arts building in the Clinton neighborhood. But it's also important as a social monument to the immigrant history of the West Side and for New York in particular. For among those immigrants were thousands and thousands of children, homeless, hungry, and poor. And the stated purpose of the mission was to provide temporary and permanent shelter, food, and clothing for these boys, as well as to provide an education. Father Drumgoole gained considerable recognition for the work of the mission, becoming known as the friend and protector of the children of the street. We urge LPC to become the friend and protector of our beautiful buildings. The IRT Powerhouse, what can you say? It's now owned by Con Ed. It's not only important for the design of its exterior by Stanford White, but also as a monument to the history of the transportation and technology of New York City. Manhattan Community Board 4 has long advocated for the designation of this as a landmark. We have attached letters from 2008 when I was chair of the board, and we have raised alarm over changes which have altered the character of this important edifice. It was the largest powerhouse in the world when it was completed in 1904, as you've heard, and it represented the highest level of technical sophistication in the production of electrical power. Executed in the Beaux-Arts style and drawing upon Renaissance prototypes, it is the embodiment of the aesthetic ideas of the civic-minded City Beautiful movement spawned at the World's Columbian Exposition 1893 in Chicago, which held that public improvement could beautify American cities. Imagine that. The powerhouse must be preserved, not only as a monument to New York City's past, not only because Con Ed is not the best guardian of this important building, not only as a rebuke to the present, unrelieved insipidness of nearby Trump Place, but also as a potential great New York City interior. Thank you.
Thank you. Sean Cresandi, followed by Mary Cope and Kate Wood.
Good morning, Commissioner. Sean Corsandi, wearing two hats today, or as it may be, two bow ties, reading letters from Professor Dolkart and Dean Stern, respectively. For the second time in recent memory, I'm writing to the Commission in support of the designation of the IRT Powerhouse at 11th Avenue and West 58th Street. The Powerhouse is not only a major work of architecture, but is also a prominent symbol of New York City's early 20th century prowess as America's leading city. The Interborough Rapid Transit Company's subway was a private endeavor franchised by New York City, an early example of private-public partnership. It was a symbol of the advancement of New York and a statement of faith in the city's future. The subway was one of the great public works at its time. As we know, the original subway stations were works of art, and many of these are now designated interior landmarks. The subway was powered by electricity generated by the IRT company itself, and when it came to building the plant, the IRT did not erect a utilitarian structure. Rather, the company went to the most prestigious architectural firm in America, McKim, Mead & White, who designed an enormous Italian Renaissance palazzo built for the subway company. Despite the fact of location near tenements and factories, and the fact that most of McKim, Mead & White's clients and members of the IRT board would never venture to the neighborhood, the Powerhouse was designed as a symbol of the company and of the city. It's a great monumental work of architecture, the result of public and civic partnership, deserving landmark status. It's been considered many times by the Commission, and as evidence, the only reason that it's not currently a landmark is for Con Edison. It's time that the Commission act in the public interest and protect the major monument of New York City's architectural heritage, Andrew Scott Dolkart. Next, I'm writing to lend a strong voice of support for the designation of the Interborough Rapid Transit Power Station, occupying virtually a full block in Manhattan. With a 1902 exterior by Stanford White, the building was not only representing an important work of the final stage of White's career, but also stands as testament to an enlightened aesthetic ambitions of the IRT's founders. The power station deserves the same status that now safeguards Hines and Lafarge's 1904 control house and 12 of the original stations. The power station has owned and operated since 1959 by Con Ed, who have been largely indifferent to the building's value as a work of industrial architecture, stripping away its smokestacks and its cornice nearly 30 years ago. The preservation case for the power station has been placed before the Commission for consideration twice, most recently in 1990. Since then, the landscape of the West Side has been transformed by construction and high-rise apartment towers. Its unique features have become more prominent to the public than ever before. Visible from the elevated highway, it provides virtually the only visual and scalar relief for the new neighborhood which surrounds it. The loss of the IRT Powerhouse plant would be a serious blow. It's a powerful work of industrial architecture by an architect often dismissed as someone only concerned with houses for the rich, but with his partners took many projects in heavy industry. In London, one of the great power plants on the Thames side is the Tate Modern today. The Battersea is next up for designation. This could be an amenity to the entire city.
Sorry, your time is up. Sorry.
Thank you.
Sean.
This third
Okay.
time.
Mary Cope.
Mary Cope, I'm with the Victorian Society in New York. The Victorian Society in New York supports the landmarking of the Excelsior Power Company building at 33-43 Gold Street. This structure was purpose-built as an electric power plant in 1888 to the designs of architect William Mill Grinnell. Located not far from the site of Edison's long-demolished direct current Pearl Street station, it survives as the oldest power industry building in the city, possibly the oldest in the country, and recalls the age of competing power companies and testifies to the early and innovative power industry in this city. After years of uncertain future, the vacant property was sold to Con Ed and adaptively reused in the early 80s as a residential building. The redesign by the architect Max Wexler saves significant Queen Anne-style terracotta details and preserves the remarkable Excelsior Power Company bang sign, the lettering for which is the highest arts and crafts, Queen Anne, almost Art Nouveau style quality of public sign lettering in the city. For its design and its place in the history of the industry in this city, the Victorian Society of New York believes it is worthy of landmark status. Thank you.
Thank you. Kate Wood, followed by Carol Crump and Michael Henry Adams.
Hello, I'm Kate Wood. I'm president of Landmark West, and I was thrilled to be the faculty advisor for the Columbia University Historic Preservation Studio that Barbara mentioned earlier, and each of you received recently a copy of the full studio report, and I hope you're enjoying it. Landmark West is one of 9 organizations who joined together recently to sign a letter to the Landmarks Commission in support of the IRT Powerhouse. Our colleagues on that letter include the Historic Districts Council, Municipal Art Society, Victorian Society New York, Institute of Classical Architecture and Art, Friends of Terracotta, Riverside South Planning Corporation, Roebling Chapter of the Society for Industrial Archaeology, and the Hudson River Powerhouse Group. Some experts compare the Powerhouse to another masterpiece by the same architects, McKim, Mead, and White, Pennsylvania Station, and for good reason. The Powerhouse is a uniquely vast, monumental, classically inspired civic structure as significant for its architecture as for its original technology and function. When it opened in 1904, the New York Times wrote, "But for its stacks, it might suggest an art museum or a public library rather than a powerhouse." It was and still is a credit to the city and the value it once set on the public realm. By designating the former IRT Powerhouse as an official New York City landmark, you, commissioners, would reinforce the public realm as an idea that still matters. This is the 4th public hearing in as many decades on this building. Each time, more and more individuals and organizations, including community boards and elected officials, have spoken in support of designation. You have extensive research and evidence of broad public support on the record. The Landmarks Commission itself has praised the building. The one lone voice of dissent has been the building's owner, Con Ed. The Commission has already invested more than 35 years of staff time and energy in regulating changes to the property, allowing Con Ed to continue its limited use of the building, albeit without full Commission review or review by the public. Now the time has come. It is do or die. There will be no 5th chance for this landmark. You know it, and everyone here knows it. On your behalf, Chair Srinivasan and other Commission staff have publicly stated the agency's intention to issue no action letters to take buildings off the designation calendar that are not considered priorities. Opposition from owners and/or elected representatives is one of the criteria for considering a site not a priority. The Powerhouse is a landmark by any definition, unless, of course, landmarks are defined by owner consent. For good reason, owner consent is not a provision of the New York City Landmarks Law. To allow the public interest in preserving landmarks to be thwarted by owner opposition would defeat the very public purpose of the law. Today, we have the law. You must have the courage and the commitment to use it to landmark the former IRT Powerhouse. Thank you.
Thank you. Carol Crump?
Hello. Yes, hello. My name is Carol Crump, and I'm representing the East Village Community Coalition. Thank you all for listening so patiently to everybody's testimony and to undertaking this huge task. The East Village Community Coalition works to preserve and promote the characteristics of the East Village that make it the East Village, the place that New Yorkers and tourist visitors from all over the world love to come to see. And I'm speaking on behalf, in support of designating 138 2nd Avenue. Everyone else has already said how wonderful the well-preserved this Federal Row House is, and the Gibbs store is wonderful, and it has been renovated, restored recently, and it represents a transformation, the transformation of the East Village from being that fashionable, place, the fashionable place for New Yorkers to live, to the cultural center for immigrants to come, and bears all that history. There are 180 years of history in this house. But one thing that I haven't heard is that there was a conversion, a very sensitive, well-done conversion of a portion to commercial space. And this is one of the things that we are working so hard to sustain in the East Village, is the economic vibrance that is created by all the mom and pop shops. This houses a wonderful, right now, gelato shop. It is representative of the type of shops that people come to the East Village for. And for that reason as well, I urge you to mark it for landmark it. And our Manhattan Borough President is so wonderful. She said that let's not be afraid to landmark these, because we don't know how to go forward. And she gave the example of her very own brownstone that she renovated without any trouble. So let's go forward and landmark these places before we lose them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Michael Henry Adams.
Good morning, Commissioners. Michael Henry Adams, Save Harlem Now. Building by building, McKim, and White sought to embellish, enrich, and enhance our metropolis. How close New York came to becoming the capital city of the Empire State, resplendent in a neoclassical majesty in which each building, nobly related to the other in hierarchical order, formed a magnificent whole. Had not Stanford White been murdered, would the city he and others envisioned have been better realized? Adjunct to an architectural delineation, imagining how the great designers of the past would create in the early 20th century, were technological innovations that improve people's lives. What a stupendous combination the Broadway Interborough Rapid Transit Power Station is. The scientific and engineering advancement of a new age endowed with the artistry of the ages, the glory that was Rome. Not unlike the Pantheon, the Forum, or Hadrian's Villa, it is not completely intact now. Also, similarly, its function has markedly changed. Fortunately, then, such is the integrity and power of its design that even slightly altered, it is possessed of as much dignity as any wholly intact courthouse. Moreover, failing to preserve and protect this civic monument, we would be as remiss as if we were to countenance the destruction of the Colosseum in Rome. Regrettably, failing to save Penn Station in terms of the glory that is New York, we have done just that. It is to be hoped, then, that having learned from our past mistake, we will not now repeat a pointless act of barbarism, obliterating a structure that demonstrates something that regrettably is often forgotten, that any building can be made beautiful. These whole proceedings to me have been so frustrating because the public has been put at a disadvantage having to come up with all of this testimony for some sort of beauty contest, which is not what the law is all about. And moreover, we've been made to do things which are not regularly a part of law. 3 minutes for 8 buildings at a time, it's just absolutely deplorable that you are involving yourselves in this travesty of what government is and what the law is. And I just hope that you will do your duty, because this is not it. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Thomas Rassand. Is Thomas here? Okay. All right. All right. Arlene Simon.
My name is Arlene Simon, and I am reading a letter from the architect Samuel G. White that was sent to the chair in December of 2014, when there was the first talk about decalendering. So let me start by reading Sam's letter. And it says, I'm writing to urge the Commission to immediately designate the Powerhouse as an individual New York City landmark. The 3 public buildings have established the building meets all criteria for designation, is a significant for historical, cultural, and technological and architectural reasons. It is a work of great beauty and every scale, from the elevations that recall the aspirations of New Yorkers to recapitulate the majesty of the imperial Rome for the shape, size, and color of brick and energetic foliage of its ornamental terracotta string horses. It was designed by an important New York City firm and reveals the hand of one of the city's greatest architects. One cannot conceive of anything that could replace the powerhouse and match what it contributes to the public precincts of New York City. The record is robust. The time for action is now. In this request, I bring a number of pertinent credentials. I'm a practicing architect in New York City with experience in the restoration and adaptation of historic structures and a long working relationship with your commission. I am the author of 3 books on architecture of McKim, Mead, and White, including McKim, Mead, and White, The Masterworks, and Stanford White Architect, both of which include the powerhouse, an example of the high quality of that firm's portfolio. And lastly, I am a great-grandson of Stanford White, the architect most responsible for the design of the powerhouse. White's reputation is no longer in question, but the damage to the New York City portfolio cannot be repaired. We have lost 3 of his finest buildings: Madison Square Garden, Madison Square Presbyterian Church, and the New York Herald. Any design that bears his stamp is important. One occupying an entire city block deserves special recognition. I do just want to add as well that many of you were not here in December of 2014 when I went on to tell the commissioners that they are not potted plants and that you have a responsibility to the city and to the neighborhoods and communities that you serve. And it seems to me the sense of place, the built environment, and preservation is what you are here to do. And I hope, with all that is said today on the issues of the powerhouse and many other issues, that you will think and consider what your role is as landmarks commissioners. So I thank you very much. And again, the chair has received this letter and received it in December of 2014. So I thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers on this item? Any other speakers? All right. The record will remain open until November 19th, and I make a motion to close the hearing then. Okay. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back at 12:15. Okay, great. Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. This afternoon, we're going to hear Item 2, Borough of Manhattan Group B, which consists of Bergdorf Goodman, the Hotel Renaissance, later Columbia Club, Osborne Apartment Building Interiors, Sire Building, Union Square Park, Empire Theater, interior and exterior, Liberty Theater, interior and exterior, Lyric Theater, interior and exterior, New Apollo Theater, interior, Selwyn Theater, interior and exterior, Times Square Theater, interior and exterior, Victory Theater, interior and exterior. Lisa Kersavage presenting.
Thank you. Bergdorf Goodman is a modern classicist-style building constructed by Buckman and Kahn in 1927 to 1928. Bergdorf Goodman has been a tenant since the building was built and bought the entire complex in 1935. The Bergdorf Goodman site consists of 2 buildings that were originally 7 separate buildings, each with its own tenant. In 1983, alterations include rustication of the first 2 stories of the Fifth Avenue facade, regularization of the first and second story fenestration, and the addition of a projecting classically ornamented entrance. The building was heard on June 23, 1970, and carried over to the hearing of July 21, 1970. At that July 21st hearing, the president of Bergdorf Goodman and an attorney representing the company spoke in opposition to designation. There were no speakers in favor of designation. The Hotel Renaissance, which later became the Columbia Club, is a Renaissance Revival-style hotel built by Clarence S. Luce in 1894. The building was a significant contributor to the then burgeoning club district. It has a largely intact arched storefronts with leaded glass and terracotta detailing by the Atlantic Terracotta Company. There have been no significant alterations. Commissioners, you should note that this item had been previously heard in 1983 with no action letter issued on September 18, 1990, after which it was recalendared on April 25, 2000. There have been 2 hearings since it was recalendared. On May 16, 2000, 3 representatives of the owner opposed designation. 3 people testified in support, including representatives of HDC. On November 14, 2000, 3 representatives of the owner opposed designation. 3 people supported, including representatives of Landmarks Conservancy, HDC, and Society for the Architecture of the City. The Osborne Apartment Building interior is an ornate lobby that is attributed to the artist John Lafarge with contributions by Augustus St. Gaudens, J.A. Holzer, and Tiffany Studios. The Osborne Apartment Building, which you see here, is an individual landmark. There are no known significant alterations. There are 2 hearings in 1980 at which the exterior and interior were heard together. 9 residents or the representatives were against designation, but did not differentiate between interior or exterior, and MAS supported designation. The Sire Building is a high Victorian Gothic style building built by architect William Grawl, built in 1884 to 85. Significant alterations include the removal of the section of the cornice. Parapet was added or enlarged, and the ground floor reconfigured with the storefront infill. There's 1 hearing on June 23, 2009. 2 people testified, both in favor of designation, including representatives of the City Council member and HDC. Since 1861, when the first political demonstration was held, this park has been a site known for political activism. The park was listed as a National Historic Landmark in 1997 for its association with the first Labor Day Parade. The park has the colonnaded bandstand dates from 1935 to 36. There have been very significant alterations throughout the park's history. In 1929, the park was completely demolished to make way for the new Union Square subway station. In the late 70s, alterations to the park were made to encourage use and ease crime. The current plan dates almost entirely from the 1980s when the park underwent a major renovation. At the public hearing on September 20th, 1977, 7 people spoke in opposition and 1 person spoke in favor of designation. Commissioners, you should note that as a city-owned property, changes to the park are reviewed by the Public Design Commission. So I'm going to, for the 7 theaters that are on the backlog, I'm going to summarize their hearings and their current regulatory status as a group. The theaters, which are a mix of interior and exterior proposed designations, were heard over 2 days on June 14th and 15th, 1982, at the LPC's special theater hearing, along with 45 other Broadway theaters. All told, more than 100 speakers testified at the hearings, which were held in conjunction with the city's broader efforts to redevelop Times Square. the time of the hearings, the Brandt organization owned all of the theaters currently on the backlog. At those hearings, the testimony is roughly the same for each of the theaters on the backlog. 4 witnesses, including the owner's representative, testified in opposition to designation. More than 50 witnesses spoke or had testimony read into the record in support of designation, including several city council members, then Assemblyman Gerald Nadler, Broadway critics, and a number of prominent Broadway performers. Many letters and other expressions of support were submitted. In 1990, the 7 theaters were acquired by the city and the state. Guided by a plan to redevelop the area through the revitalization of 42nd Street's historic theaters, the state and city established a nonprofit organization now known as New 42nd Street. All the theaters on the backlog were leased by the state and the city of New York to the New 42nd Street for 99 years. These leases came with obligations to restore and maintain these theaters, in addition to meeting other public goals for 42nd Street's redevelopment. Historic preservation guidelines for the theaters require the preservation and continued maintenance of each of the theaters, and the Historic Preservation Committee, created at that time, continues to oversee and approve proposed work. The Empire Theater, which you see here, was heard as an interior and exterior designation. Erected in 1911 to 1912, it was originally the Julian Eltinge 42nd Street Theater. It was the first Broadway theater designed by the leading theater architect Thomas Lamb, and has an extremely fine Beaux-Arts facade. The building is of special interest to the LGBT community for its association with Julian Eltinge. The building was moved in 1998, and significant parts of the calendared interior were demolished, including the lobby and the staircases. The Liberty Theater was heard as an interior and exterior designation. Erected in 1902 to 04 to the designs of Hertz and Talent for the Claw and Erlanger chain as a showcase for the Rogers Brothers comedy and song and dance team. Liberty has a rich theatrical history and also sometimes used for movie premieres, notably for Birth of a Nation. The auditorium interior retains much of its original detail. The 42nd Street facade was heavily altered at the time of the hearing and currently is concealed behind a modern armature. On West 41st Street, the 80-feet wide secondary facade has been incorporated into a larger hotel structure. The Lyric Theater, heard as an interior and exterior designation, built in 1903 to 04 to the designs of V. Hugo Kohler, as the home of composer Reginald de Koven's American School of Opera, who leased the theater to the Schuberts soon after its completion. The Lyric has a Renaissance revival design. Significant alterations include that the building has a the building has a 20-foot wide facade on West 42nd Street that has been restored since the public hearing. The facade on West 43rd Street has been preserved with the addition of a modern marquee and wood and glass doors. The new Apollo Theater was heard as an interior, erected in 1910 as the Bryant, a combination motion picture and vaudeville house, 1919 to 20. The Selwyn brothers had De Rosa and Pierretta rebuild the theater, joining to the Times Square Theater, which it shared a common facade. New Apollo was mainly used for musicals and revues and was best known as the home of George White's scandals. In 1993, the New Apollo Theater's interior was combined with the interior of the Lyric Theater to create the Ford Center. It is heavily altered. The Selwyn is a Renaissance Revival Theater. It was built in 1918 to the designs of architect George Keister by the Selwyn brothers. It was used for stage plays and musicals until the early 30s and later was used as a movie theater. In 1997, the Roundabout Theater Company began renovations of the Selwyn. Following a structural accident in December 1998, the portion of the building facing 42nd Street was demolished and replaced by a new office building that houses Roundabout's lobby and box office. The auditorium remains largely intact. Times Square Theater was heard as an interior and exterior designation, erected in 1919 to 20 to the designs of De Rosa and Pierretta for the Selwyn brothers. This neoclassical style theater was built back-to-back with the New Apollo Theater. The Times Square Theater was used for stage plays and musicals until 1933 when it was converted to a movie theater. There have been a number of changes to the ground floor. And finally, the Victory Theater was heard as an interior and exterior designation, built 1899 to 1900 to the designs of architect A.E. Westover for the impresario Oscar Hammerstein. This is one of the first theaters constructed in the Times Square area, and today is the oldest surviving theater in the theater district. It has an Italian Renaissance-inspired exterior and a Beaux-Arts interior. In 1994 to 95, the Victory was the first theater to be restored under the ESDC guidelines. Alterations included replacement of the external staircase and cornice and new signage. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. So we will be taking testimony. Each person will be given 3 minutes, and the order of the testimony will be first to allow elected officials and their representatives to speak. After that, property owners and their representatives may speak, and then after that, we'll take testimony from members of the public. The record will be left open until November 19th for any additional written comments. So with that, the first speaker is Cora Khan.
Well, good afternoon. I was going to say good morning, but it's now the afternoon. My name is Cora Khan, and I am the president of the New 42nd Street, the independent, nonprofit organization established in 1990 by the city and state of New York to have long-term, 99-year responsibility for 7 of the historic theater properties listed on today's agenda. They are the Empire Theater with its interior and exterior, the Liberty Theater, interior and exterior, the Lyric Theater, exterior and interior, the new Apollo Theater, interior, now part of the Lyric Theater, the Selwyn Theater, exterior and interior, the Times Square Theater, exterior and interior, and the Victory Theater, exterior and interior. All are located on 42nd Street between 7th and 8th Avenues and are at the heart of the city and state's 18-acre economic development project known as the 42nd Street Development Project. At the turn of the last century, the 42nd Street theaters formed the nucleus of New York City's burgeoning new theater district. Once home to some of the great actors and performers of the 20th century, these theaters were left behind in the 1920s and 30s as new theaters were built in Times Square and the theater district moved north of 42nd Street. The 42nd Street theaters went from being legitimate theaters to vaudeville houses, then burlesque houses, and first-run movie theaters during World War II, and were eventually left to molder as so-called grindhouses showing kung fu and slasher action films. One, the theater built in 1900 by Oscar Hammerstein I, the grandfather of the famous lyricist, now known as the New Victory, became a triple X porn palace, alongside scores of adult uses in the storefronts that lined this infamous block in the 1970s and 80s. Known as Naughty Bawdy 42nd Street, the street eventually became a desolate landscape, and the adjoining Times Square neighborhood similarly declined. In 1990, when these blighted theaters were leased to the new 42nd Street by the city and the state, that lease came along with the challenging public mandate to reinvent them for a new century, and by so doing, to reclaim 42nd Street for New Yorkers and visitors to the city. With great forethought, the public officials then at the helm of the 42nd Street Development Project also saw to it that the new 42nd Street's lease came with carefully crafted guidelines requiring the preservation and restoration of historic elements within each of the theaters and their facades. These guidelines were designated in conjunction with the Landmarks Preservation Commission and were then incorporated in the new 42nd Street's lease documents. With the approval of Landmarks, a special committee, the Historic Preservation Committee, was also created to oversee this preservation restoration process, coupled with the new 42nd Street's responsibility for adhering to the historic preservation guidelines and the long-term care and maintenance of the theaters. The committee's role is memorialized in the new 42nd Street's lease. You want me to finish?
I'm sorry, each person's given 3 minutes, but I know you've written... given us
7 theaters.
I know. So we do have your written testimony in the record.
And just to then conclude, I'm going to conclude and leave out all the good stuff about the theaters making 42nd Street twice, 20th and 21st centuries. I'll leave that out. But the new 42nd Street urges the Landmarks Commission to remove these 42nd Street theaters from the designation calendar, as we strongly believe that the protections put in place for these theaters by the city and the state more than a quarter of a century ago have proven to be not only enlightened, but successful. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Khan. Okay. We have Bryce Perry from Assemblymember Richard Godfrey's office. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. The following is Assemblymember Gottfried's testimony. My name is Richard N. Gottfried. I represent the 75th Assembly District in Manhattan, including the neighborhoods of Chelsea, Clinton, Midtown, Murray Hill, and part of the Upper West Side. I regret that I am unable to attend this hearing in person. I thank the Landmarks Preservation Commission for the opportunity to testify and for its review of the 95. With increasing frequency, preservation advocates, community groups, and elected officials lobby the Landmarks Preservation Commission to hold hearings to consider the designation of an historic building or district. Unfortunately, such efforts do not always result in a hearing. The LPC's decision to deal with the backlog through special public hearings is an important step forward. I support landmark designation of the following, which are each located in the communities I represent and are each before the LPC today: Bergdorf Goodman, Empire Theater exterior and interior, Hotel Renaissance later the Columbia Club, Liberty Theater exterior and interior, Lyric Theater exterior and interior, New Apollo Theater interior, Osborne Apartment Building interior, Selwyn Theater interior and exterior, the Sire Building, Times Square Theater interior and exterior, Union Square Park, and the Victory Theater exterior and interior. Rather than repeat information in the LPC staff reports for each site or words in other statements that you will hear before you, I will simply state that the LPC staff's information clearly makes the case for designation of all these sites. They have either architectural, cultural, or historic significance, or a combination. There is no such thing as New York having too many sites selected for these purposes. We all know too well how important it is to show our appreciation for New York City's architectural history and how easily it can be lost. I ask that the Commission support these important designations. Thank you again for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Andrew Miller.
I'm speaking with respect to the Empire and the Liberty Theaters on behalf of Forest City Ratner Companies, an owner, operator, and developer of real estate in New York City. In 1996, Forest City entered into a 99-year ground lease with New York State and the 42nd Street Development Project, as well as with the new 42nd Street for the site of their retail and entertainment project, which included both the Liberty and the Empire Theaters. Forest City undertook this investment at a time when the Times Square area was emblematic of urban decay, and it did so with the rehabilitation of these theaters as an expectation and a goal. Integral to each ground lease was a detailed historic preservation program, identifying specific elements and attributes of the theaters that were to be preserved, restored, and reconstructed. Those standards were identified in cooperation with the state, the new 42nd Street, and representatives of the Landmarks Preservation Commission. The project met those goals, but its commitments went further to create a new anchor that would revitalize not just the historic buildings, but the entire 42nd Street district. The theaters are protected by its ground leases and by this partnership. Both the initial and any subsequent alterations to the theaters require review and approval by a committee representing both the EDC and the LPC. Indeed, it was under this committee's oversight, at the time including the 42nd Street Development Project, that the extensive restoration and rehabilitation of these theaters was first performed. That work included items such as relocating the Empire Theater down the block to serve as the new entrance for the flagship Empire 25, as well as an extensive rehabilitation of the Liberty Theater as a performance space and restaurant. As a result of this partnership between the city, the state, and Forest City, the theaters now exist as historic structures that are fully and inextricably integrated within a complex new building. Old and new together share systems of circulation, utilities, structure, signage, and egress. The ground leases envisioned that end and provide a carefully tailored set of mechanisms to preserve the theater's historic elements while acknowledging their new physical context and the adaptability required by that new context. To introduce an additional and unnecessary tranche of administration would be to disregard the immense success to date of the ground leases as conceived and implemented by the city and the state. To apply a landmarks designation would, by seeking to integrate new restrictions onto only one part of what is an integrated complex, in reality disregard the reality of the theaters as part of that complex. It would limit their future use as 42nd Street and Times Square continue to evolve, and it would do so to no benefit. We strongly oppose landmarks designation of the Liberty and Empire theaters for these reasons and hope that you will take them into account in your designation. Thank you.
Thank you. Marianne Quinson?
I'm Marianne Quinson, Marianne Goodman Quinson, granddaughter of Edwin Goodman, founder of Bergdorf Goodman. On behalf of the Goodman family, the owners of 754 Fifth Avenue, I repeat our position that the building is not appropriate for landmark designation. We respectfully ask the Commission to remove the building from the calendar. My family has long been responsible steward of our building. We now lease a portion of the building to Van Cleef and Arpels, and the remainder to the Neiman Marcus Group, the operator of Bergdorf Goodman. The Commission has declined to designate this building multiple times, in no small part due to the alterations that have occurred through the years. I'm reminded that in 1965, the beautiful Savoy Plaza Hotel was ripped down, which I think seriously affected the overall design of the Grand Army Plaza, making it was a McKim-Mead white building. And since its disappearance, the plaza has much less of an impact. The original design of the Bergdorf Goodman building was divided into separate building segments with individual storefronts. The changes through the years to create a unified storefront and to update the window and door openings were directly driven by retail needs. Due to this history of renovation, the building has evolved over the years and no longer retains its original architectural styling and usage. It is also questionable whether this building is emblematic of the architect's style or influence, as even before initial completion, my grandfather made substantial changes to the architect's plans. In fact, the original design, based on a 19th century French manor house, which had captured my grandfather's imagination, was sketched by him on a napkin at the Plaza Hotel in the course of an early meeting with the architect. Under the leases with the building's tenants, our family still reviews each change to the building, which has been substantially upgraded over the years to ensure that it remains a vital and vibrant retail destination. And while we are flattered that the quality of these renovations have supported positive sentiment around the building, these changes overseen by our family are not appropriate subject matter for designation. There also appears to be a great deal of favorable sentiment associated with the Bergdorf Goodman store. There remains a long lease term for this store, which is currently undergoing a substantial renovation on its 57th Street facade to support its continued success. Designation is not the appropriate means to ensure that this remains a beloved retail destination for our city. In fact, it's important that we have the flexibility to appropriately modify key retail components quickly and easily in response to change in the industry.
I'm sorry, your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Tim Witzig?
Thank you for the opportunity to comment on the consideration of the Bergdorf Goodman store building as a potential individual landmark. My name is Tim Witzig, and I am a partner a principal at PKSB Architects, formerly Passanella Klein Architects. PKSB has long experience in working with individually designated buildings, working with the Bronfman family as the conservators of the Seagram building for over 30 years, and more recently, working on retail storefronts and tenancies along Madison Avenue, in Soho, and in the Ladies Mile Historic District, and the Harry Winston store. The Goodman family has asked us to provide an existing conditions report, along with a history of the building's changes, which we will be submitting following this hearing. We believe that this building, while notable for the store that has long inhabited the structure, is not a good candidate for designation as an individual landmark. It is lovely, but has had substantial alteration of its lowest levels at the ground and second floors, noted in the report that accompanies the statement. Those significant changes have been driven by the needs of the retail owner and subsequent tenants, both through expansion and changes in retail use of the building. The first iteration of the building was designed for a group of different stores and had a variety of storefront designs, while its most recent alteration, major alteration, attempted to unify the Fifth Avenue frontage as a single entity, a radical modification in design concept. The current and ongoing 57th Street alteration reflects this continuing evolution, reconfiguring display windows, entryway to better welcome the visitors and the shoppers. An individual landmark should represent the absolute best in show for its building type, its architect, and or its historical significance. This is not the best or even the most significant representation of the department store topology, such as Saks, Lord & Taylor, B. Altman, or even Macy's. It is certainly not the greatest work of its architect Kahn, whose most significant works in the city have been designated, and it is not representative of his turn toward a modern architecture. Bergdorf Goodman is notable as a premier retail destination, and the building's base has responded to retail trends by modifying its windows, signage, materials, and character. These changes were not instituted at one particular moment, but have been continuous modifications, started, as it was said earlier, even as the building was being designed and constructed. The current base was installed in 1985 and is being altered again as we meet today. The Commission's record of reviewing this building is interesting. There are multiple letters dated from 1971, 1985, 1998, 2001, stating that the Commission will not be moving to designate and noting the alterations at the base. In conclusion, while there is a tremendous fondness for the store itself, the history and record of continuous change at the base of the building does not argue for preservation, but rather for tenants and owners to continue their stewardship by allowing this retail designation to maintain its important location and preserve its ability to innovate.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Zachary Bernstein?
Hello, Chair Srinivasan and Commissioners. I'm Zachary Bernstein with Fried, Frank, Harris, Schreiber, and Jacobson. We are Land Use Counsel to the Goodman family, owners of 754 Fifth Avenue. I'm here to ask the Commission to remove this building from the calendar. To designate the building at this time would be to contradict the consistent and sound judgment of the Commission and research staff since the building was initially calendared that the building does not merit designation. In a letter to my firm following the original hearings to consider designation in 1970, the Commission stated directly that its intention was not to designate the building as a landmark and that the Commission would be taking formal action at a later meeting. A letter issued in 1998 by the Commission's Director of Research in response to a request for evaluation noted that the Fifth Avenue facade was extensively modified in 1985 by a different architect, but that staff would again review the building against relevant criteria in the landmarks law. A follow-up letter by the Director of Research in 2001 stated that the building does not appear to meet the criteria for designation. And as recently as 2013, the Commission's own studies of the building's architect omit 754 Fifth Avenue from lists of his finest work. I represented the property owner of the Holland Plaza building at 75 Varick Street in supporting that building's designation in 2013. The Holland Plaza building is a circa 1930 building designed by Eli Jacques Kahn. The Commission's designation report lists 4 other buildings constructed between 1927 and 1931, which are emblematic of Kahn's work during this period, but makes no mention of 754 Fifth Avenue. I would be surprised to learn that in the 2 years since the Commission published this report, the building's standing in Kahn's body of work has changed. Where there is support for designation of this building, it seems rooted in sentimentality for the Bergdorf Goodman store itself. Fondness for a given store is not an appropriate criterion for landmark designation. In the case of this building especially, the original design was for 7 separate stores, and it would not be appropriate to freeze in place a heavily altered design for a given store that happened to expand into much of this space. The administrative framework for regulation of landmarks is centered on identification of the elements of historical, aesthetic, or cultural value that are to be preserved. Except in cases of substantial historical or cultural significance, such as the recent Stonewall Inn designation, such elements must be tied to architecture. And where the architecture is neither original nor significant in the architect's body of work, it's questionable whether there can be a rational and defensible framework for designation. Given the consistent history of this commission finding a lack of merit, the extensive alterations, and the inappropriateness of designation out of fondness for a retail store, I urge you to remove 754 Fifth Avenue from the calendar. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Linda Fargo.
Good afternoon. My name is Linda Fargo, and I'm Senior Vice President, Store Design at Bergdorf Goodman. The Bergdorf Goodman brand has been owned since 1972 by the Neiman Marcus Group and/or its predecessors. We operate the store at 754 Fifth Avenue pursuant to a lease from the building's owners. I'm here to express the opposition of Neiman Marcus Group to the landmark designation of 754 Fifth Avenue due to the extensive changes that have already occurred at the building and the unique operational needs of a large department store such as ours. As the operators at this location for more than 40 years, we certainly appreciate the setting near Central Park and the fondness that many New Yorkers and visitors have for the store. We consider ourselves to be stewards both of Bergdorf Goodman brand and this building. The building has, in fact, as you've heard, has had many changes in its 87-year history. Throughout the period of Neiman Marcus's ownership, we've consulted with the Landmarks Preservation Commission on the wide range of work that we've done to the building to meet the needs of our industry and our customers. This was true in the 1970s and the 80s when the Fifth Avenue facade was altered from its original design as a series of townhouse storefronts for individual brands such as Delman Shoes and the Tailored Woman to the single Bergdorf Goodman branded storefront you see today. Indeed, we've continued to consult the LPC on all significant alterations to the building, including our latest scope of work along 57th Street to improve the entrance and displays at 57th Street frontage of the building, which was approved in consultation with LPC. The recent work reflects a need that is unique to a department store to remain relevant and successful in the ever-changing competitive retail environment. Fashions, of course, change with the times, as do approaches to retailing, display, and customer interaction. The flexibility to be responsive to the needs of our brands and our customers is crucial to the continued success of a large department store at this location. Given the extensive changes that have already occurred to this building, we fear that there is no rational framework for what is appropriate or inappropriate. And the current one-size-fits-all procedure for review of work would subject even our window displays, which we change 25 times a year, to a time-consuming review process. Designation would substantially impair our ability to respond in a timely way to the needs of the many brands we carry and rely upon to make the Bergdorf Goodman shopping experience unique. Additionally, we employ nearly 1,000 New Yorkers at this location, contribute over $10 million in taxes and other monetary support to the New York City economy each year. While we would be willing to continue the current informal consultative process, we fear that the operational restrictions inherent in a designation will have a negative impact on both our contribution to the city's economy and would negatively impact our business operations. Thank you so much for the opportunity to address the Commission.
Thank you. Edward Gelman.
Good afternoon. My name is Edward Gelman. I'm an architect representing the owners of the Sire Building. We are requesting at this time that the Sire Building, located at 211 West 58th Street, be decalendared from New York City Landmark Preservation Commission list of designated landmark properties. Please note that the owner, Mr. Carl Demler, has recently passed away, and I am representing the family and heirs to the property. I'd like to request at this time also to reserve the opportunity to present additional documentation since, the passing was very sudden. So I'd like to present additional material later.
That's fine. The record's open till November 19th.
Right. In any case, we are convinced that the building in its present location is not historically significant enough to designate it as a New York City landmark. In addition, please note that due to the size of building's age, configuration, and construction, it is not handicapped accessible, making it impossible for handicapped to access the building's upper and lower floors in violation of the American Disabilities Act. In order to comply with the regulations and make the required changes, it will be necessary to alter the building's physical appearance and structure. We would like to remove the Sire's building landmark designation to facilitate our ability to make both the required alterations and address the needs of the handicapped. In keeping with the Landmarks Preservation Commission initiative to decalendar existing calendared buildings in New York City, we would like to request that this property be removed from the calendar as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Andrew Alpern?
I am Andrew Alpern, architectural historian, architect, and attorney. The former Hotel Renaissance at 4 West 43rd Street does not meet the criteria of the Landmarks Law and should not be designated. The Landmarks Law provides for a historic district and an individual landmark. The standards for the two are very different. To qualify as an individual landmark, a building must be so special that it stands out from those around it and does not appear to be just another structure among comparables. It must be distinctive and designed with greater care and skill. To qualify as an individual landmark, 4 West 43rd Street must be better than buildings the LPC has not designated that are of similar architectural character. I have compared 4 West 43rd Street with the Lorraine Building at 2 East 45th Street, a former hotel that is not designated, and found that 4 West 43rd Street compares very poorly with it. It has neither the coherence, the complexity, the elegance, nor the refinement of the taller structure. The former Hotel Lorraine and the former Hotel Renaissance are both of exactly the same period, architectural style, age, and original functional usage. Yet the Lorraine is not being proposed for designation while the Renaissance is, though the Lorraine is a far better architectural survivor. The LPC staff supports the supposed specialness of 4 West 43rd Street by saying that the building's broad facade is articulated by simple windows rhythmically repeated. That sounds lovely, but the reality is that such a description fits the majority of all buildings in the city that were erected since 1890. Landmark them. The architect of the former Hotel Renaissance is nearly unknown. He has received no critical recognition and cannot be found in the reference places where notable designers are profiled. His Hotel Renaissance is similarly invisible in the city's architectural guidebooks. A background building whose architect is very far in the background cannot rightfully be called a landmark. The Landmarks Law is far too important an asset to our city for it to be misused over this building. When held up to careful scrutiny, 4 West 43rd Street is obviously not special. It is not better than its undesignated cohort. It fails the test. It is not a landmark. Thank you.
Thank you. Kay Allen?
My name is Kay Allen. I'm a member of the congregation that worships at 4 West 43rd Street. I will read excerpts from a statement presented to the Commission in 2000 by Bernard Rothsteed, a distinguished architect involved in preservation work now deceased. This is what Mr. Rothsteed said. I do not believe that the building at 4 West 43rd Street is worthy of individual designation. It is not a notable example of the American Renaissance style. Its architect, Clarence S. Luce, a far less talented practitioner, has produced a building that renders the American Renaissance style anemic, academic, and tentative. Its two-story base is thin, its stones flat and finely jointed, as though all the strength has been sapped from the style. The windows in the base are an extension of the fenestration grid for the building, only taller, further weakening the effect. The horizontality, a critical element of the style, is missing. Moreover, the windows lie so close to the surface that they fail to hint at the strength that the masonry wall should imply. Lastly, the building's cornice can be characterized as timid, especially in light of the building's considerable height. The base of 4 West 43rd Street warrants further discussion. The Renaissance palazzo sits on a solid and substantial base, usually rusticated, but as designed, 4 West 43rd Street has only a thinly rusticated base, which together with the original size and spacing of the base's windows failed to fulfill the stylistic rationale for what should be the bulwark of this building. But bad as that base originally was, an alteration 60 to 70 years ago has totally destroyed the integrity of the building's base. The ground floor windows were replaced with broad glass storefronts, leaving the facade resting on a series of spindly column-like supports, the antithesis of the American Renaissance style. A major element of the building is irrevocably lost. Another failure of the building's design can be seen by comparing the building as it exists to the building after stripping away its ornamental elements. The ornamentation appears to be pasted on. It's not an intrinsic part of the facade. Therein lies a critical explanation for the mediocrity of 4 West 43rd Street. Applique architecture does not deserve landmark status. When compared with true and worthy landmarks, the American Renaissance style, the mediocrity, timidity, and tentativeness of 4 West 43rd Street is made plain. I believe it is vitally important that this Commission continue to maintain exemplary standards for those buildings receiving its approbation. I believe that the Commission should not designate 4 West 43rd Street. Bernard Rothsteid.
Thank you. Claudia Cooney? Claudia Cooney?
Good afternoon. I'm Claudia Cooney, Vice President at KRF, an environmental and planning firm in New York City. I'm Director of the firm's Cultural Resources Department. I'm testifying on behalf of the owner of the property at 4 West 43rd Street, the former Hotel Renaissance. This building does not possess a special character or special historical or aesthetic interest or value for designation as an individual landmark in New York City. The emphasis here is on special. It's not a rare nor the earliest example of a Renaissance revival style hotel in the city. It is not the only surviving hotel designed by Clarence Luce in the city. It is not unique or special example of an apartment hotel in the city, and it's been altered. Most prominently, the entire first floor of the building, except the entrance, has been removed and replaced by storefronts. To clarify the accuracy of some statements made by the Commission that serve as the basis for this building's proposed designation. The former Hotel Renaissance is not the earliest extant and rare example of a Renaissance revival style hotel in the city. Others include the Senton Hotel on West 27th Street, built in 1890 to 91, which predates or is contemporary with the construction of the former Hotel Renaissance. We've identified several others as well, which are described in a report we have submitted to the Commission. The former Hotel Renaissance was not built in 1894, but was completed in 1891, and is not an elegant response to McKim White's Century Club across the street, which was built at the same time. The former Hotel Renaissance is not the only surviving hotel designed by Clarence Luce in New York City. Clarence Luce also designed the Hotel Somerset, built as an apartment hotel on West 47th Street. Also, to compare the former Hotel Renaissance with other apartment hotels, The former Hotel Renaissance was built in the middle of the first wave of apartment hotel construction in the city and is neither a notably early or late example of this building type. The former Hotel Renaissance was designed for both families and bachelors, and so is typical for apartment hotels. Its design is not unique. Other hotels and apartment hotels have been designed in similar Renaissance revival, Italian Renaissance, or Palazzo styles, as pointed out in our report. Alterations have also impacted the historic character and appearance of this building. The most significant alteration is the insertion of 6 1920s storefronts on the first floor of the building. The storefronts removed 10 windows that match the ones above on the second floor. The removal of the original first floor and insertion of the storefronts has created a large space between the storefronts and second floor windows that is blank and out of proportion to how the rest of the facade is designed. The storefronts do not relate to the windows on the upper floors. There have been a number of other notable alterations, including replacement of the original windows, sealing up of a window and removal of ornament on the east facade of the building, and filling in of its rear exterior court. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today, and I hope these comments and report we have submitted are useful to the Commission.
Thank you. Dr. Michael Balcom.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Srinivasan and respected commissioners. My name is Michael Balcom. I am the president and the national pastor of the Holy Spirit Association, the Unification Church, and the owners of 4 West 43rd Street for the last 40 years. This building is our national headquarters, and it's the center of worship for our Manhattan congregation, and we love it dearly. Every single day since April 1975, we've used it for our religious and educational purposes. As we've heard, 1975 was a dark time for New York City. That was the same year that Gerald Ford told the city to drop dead. And our neighborhood was in distress like much of the city. Bryant Park was a no-go area of drugs and crime. And as for our building, the former occupants, the Columbia University Club, were under great financial stress and had vacated it some years before. The building exterior and interior were in complete disarray. We've spent millions of dollars saving that building, bringing it back from the brink, and playing our own small role in urban revival, and we continue to invest in it today. Our missionaries and volunteers have worked hard and sacrificed a lot to make it a facility of which we could be proud and a real asset to the community. And it's not just for ourselves. Our founders, the Reverend and Mrs. Moon, loved New York City and wanted to make a place here where people of different faiths could live and work together. Today, we provide low-cost office space to several nonprofits, including Muslim, Hindu, and Sikh prayer and study groups, a women's group, and a yoga and dance studio. Our seminary offers affordable graduate education to New York City Christian pastors, and we have students from as far away as Chennai and South India. Of course, we understand how important it is to preserve the historical heritage of New York, and that's why we've undertaken the comprehensive and good faith research presented to you today. You've already heard from the experts. They've provided well-documented reports addressing the key issues raised in the various LPC team statements over the years. And they've all concluded resoundingly that this property does not rise to the special historical and architectural value to be designated as a New York City landmark. We trust that this commission, guided by the letter and the spirit of landmark law and based on a professional examination of the confirmed facts, will support the conclusions of these experts and expeditiously remove 4 West 43rd Street from the list of calendared properties, so that our church can continue to focus our resources where they belong, in service to the people of this great city that we all call home. Thank you.
Thank you. Leila Law Gizico.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Leila Law Gizico. I'm the chair of the Landmarks Committee of Community Board 5. Community Board 5 took a deep look at the list of 12 sites on the backlog list of calendared properties. We believe that 4 of them should immediately be evaluated. They include Bergdorf Goodman, the Sire Building, Hotel Renaissance, and Union Square Park. It is our understanding that the Osborne Apartments interior lobby is not publicly accessible and therefore not eligible to become an interior landmark. If our understanding is correct, it should be taken off the list. The Commission should issue a no-action letter. The 7 theaters that make the bulk of the backlog properties within CB5 are already afforded some landmark protection. They are all under management of the new 42nd Street and are subject to carefully crafted design guidelines mutually agreed upon years ago by the new 42nd Street, the Landmarks Preservation Commission, Community Board 5, and the 42nd Street Development Project, as well as city and state officials. These buildings should be taken off the list, and the Commission should issue a no-action letter. In conclusion, we urge the Commission to prioritize the 4 above-mentioned sites: Bergdorf Goodman, the Sire Building, Hotel Renaissance, and Union Square Park. They are all meritorious, and in the past, Community Board 5 has supported each one of them based on their own merits. These 4 sites provide a sense of space essential to our streetscape. This holds especially true in our district, a district that has lost too many of its architectural and cultural assets. Thank you.
Thank you. Renee Cafaro?
Good afternoon. I'm Renee Cafaro. I'm Vice Chair of CB5's Landmarks Committee and also a resident of Central Park South for the past 11 years. I'm here to speak about Bergdorf Goodman and the Sire Building. Bergdorf's, with its marble construction, bronze fixtures, and arch entryways, harkens back to the Marlborough Row mansions that once stood there at the turn of the century. It has been a cornerstone of the Fifth Avenue retail corridor in New York's garment industry for 87 years. Yes, there have been large renovations, such as the unification of the storefronts, but those occurred several decades ago, and it is this facade that is remarkable and has become iconic in the neighborhood. Time and again, the argument has been made that a landmark designation would only stymie retail tenants' ability to be competitive and change with the times. This flimsy argument is made by business interests simply wishing to make their lives easier and unfettered by rules. That is alarmist, and we know that this is not true. Some of the most successful and sought-after retail locations in Manhattan are landmarks: Saks Fifth Avenue, Macy's, Ladies Mile, Soho, the area around Meatpacking District, and I could go on. They're all landmarks. Designation does not need to mean cessation of progress, but rather it is a guarantee that progress and renovations are done in a way that preserves history for generations to come. Bergdorf's has managed to make many renovations over the years while calendared, while remaining true to its historic fabric and remain very prosperous. This city has already lost too many architectural gems that have housed retail, like many of the piano showrooms that neighbor Bergdorf's. The nearby Sire Building is also under backlog, and for similar reasons, CB5 believes that it is meritorious to be designated, and in addition, the Sire Building has remained architecturally unaltered. These buildings are part of Manhattan's architectural and cultural timeline and should be join the ranks of other landmark retail buildings like Macy's. As we heard in testimony earlier today, Grand Army Plaza has changed substantially due to buildings not being landmarked and being torn down. We need to make sure that we preserve the buildings that are meritorious and that will keep this history alive, that is adjacent to the Plaza Hotel and our scenic landmark of Central Park. So CB5 strongly urges you, esteemed members of the Landmarks and Preservation Commission, to rule in favor of preservation and designate Bergdorf's and Sire Building once and for all. Thank you so much for allowing me to testify.
Thank you. Andrea Goldwyn?
Good afternoon, Chair Srinivasan and Commissioners. I'm Andrea Goldwyn, speaking for the New York Landmarks Conservancy. These proposed individual interior and scenic landmarks all contribute to the dynamism of Midtown. As neighborhoods have changed, these sites have adapted to new uses and new communities, retaining their vitality and architectural significance. We support designation of 4 and have submitted longer statements on all. Preservation saved New York after the dark days of the 1970s recession. Despite years of deterioration and nearing blight, Broadway's theaters led the way to the city's renaissance. As part of 1990's ambitious 42nd Street redevelopment plan, the 7 theaters were acquired by the state and city and leased to the new 42nd Street Corporation with an obligation to restore and preserve the theaters following detailed preservation plans. Because they're protected by preservation regulations and because these obligations were agreed to in lieu of landmark designation, the Conservancy recommends that LPC decalendar these items without prejudice. The sumptuous 19th century interior of the Osborne's lobby is surely of landmark quality, but it's not customarily open to the public, a requirement for interior designation. As this status is unlikely to change, the Conservancy recommends that LPC decalendar without prejudice. The High Victorian Gothic Sire Building has always reflected the changing nature of its neighborhood, residential, then an automobile Studebaker dealership, a museum and showroom on ever-dwindling Piano Row. As super tall towers powered by today's technologies abound, the Sire Building and its landmark neighbors at 213 and 215 West 58th recall a more human scale that connects to an earlier era. We urge you to designate the Sire Building and complete protection of this historic enclave. When first built, the well-preserved Hotel Renaissance contributed to the neighborhood's transformation from stables and utilitarian buildings to a hotel and club district. It features classical and Beaux-Arts elements that create an elegant and austere facade in harmony with the nearby Century Association. Bergdorf Goodman has a prominent presence on Fifth Avenue, taking up a full block front. Built in 1928, the store was designed to appear as 7 matching buildings. A 1980s store entrance is constructed of dressed limestone and is in keeping stylistically with the historic structure. Bergdorf's is a Fifth Avenue shopping landmark that deserves recognition of designation. Mapped in 1811, Union Square is the center of a neighborhood that's gone through several incarnations. Pottersfield, a theater district, the locus of unions and progressive causes, an underutilized crime-ridden environment, and now today's thriving community. The park itself has been redesigned a number of times, always maintaining an elliptical plan with walkways radiating from monuments. In 1997, Union Square was designated a National Historic Landmark for its significance in American labor history. Clearly, it deserves to be designated as a city landmark for the same reason, as well as its role in New York's history. Thank you.
Thank you. Francoise Bollock.
Sorry, in Germany. My name is Francoise Bollock. I'm testifying today on behalf of the Historic Districts Council in favor of designation of Bergdorf Goodman. Bergdorf Goodman, completed in 1927 after designs by Bookman and Kahn, is one of the rare buildings about which one can truly say that it is unique. It is significant for its inventive, refined design, which creates the illusion of a historical old world landscape, streetscape, by breaking down the building mass into several smaller units. These narrow building elements, roughly 25 feet wide, and the distinctive slate roof, a defining feature of the building, recall the scale, texture, and skyline of older townscapes. The design is organized in a series of bays with the tight rhythm of windows in a vertical proportion. The detailing is extremely refined, which cannot really be seen in this shadowless picture on the screen, using delicate shallow changes of planes to create lines, shadows, and decorative figures in the white Dover marble material of the facade. The strong classical organization and urban character of the building has been able to assimilate an alteration by Alan Greenberg, which has been discussed, which no doubt the Commission would approve today if the building had been landmarked. Not only is the building significant for the high quality of its design by an important modern New York architect, it is also significant for its intended role in the urban context, a role that it still fulfills today. An article in magazine Through the Ages of March 1931 noted, and I quote, "The exterior in the Louis XVI style is of white marble, including the cornices, thus, this is important, thus bringing it into harmony with others facing the plaza and with the Squibb building at the southeast corner of Fifth Avenue and 58th Street. This is one of the cases where consideration was given to the neighboring architecture, a procedure that is unfortunately too infrequently carried out." End of quote. It is a great fortune for New York that this urban environment can still be experienced today. The Squibb building at 745 Fifth Avenue, also designed by Elijah Kahn, continues to be a beautiful presence in this urban landscape, as do the Pierre Hotel, the Sherry Netherland Hotel, and the Plaza Hotel, 3 New York landmarks. And I just want to address the point that is being made today, that the changes to the building make it undesignatable, and this flies in the face of recent decisions by the Landmarks Commission, which rightfully recognizes that buildings do change, and that its job is to manage these changes in a way that they are appropriate. And I believe these changes that have been done to the building would be deemed appropriate today by the Commission. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Christabel Guff.
Christabel Goff for the Society for the Architecture of the City. So here it is, Bergdorf Goodman, the great real thing, perhaps the ultimate trigger of the backlog controversy. If the Landmarks Commission cedes control of this, New York will become a very different place. The site has been Billionaire's Row before, when the Vanderbilt Mansion by Richard Morris Hunt dictated the style and scale of a center that was to become an urban magnet, the Grand Army Plaza with its Bittner Fountain, Augustus and Gaudens' Golden Victory commemorating the outcome of the Civil War, then of recent memory, the storied Plaza Hotel by Hardenberg, a landmark of international reputation. Central Park has a northern boundary. Fifth Avenue, turning residential, the Sherry Netherland, a shimmering tower, Stanford White's Metropolitan Club, and its opposite number, the Harmony, the grand intersection of 5th and 57th Street, site of Breakfast at Tiffany's, the Crown Building, where the Museum of Modern Art commenced. This is a nexus so central to our image and reputation and history. It embodies the phrase crafted by the late Aldo Rossi, the architecture of the city, which is a mix of the existing built world and the invisible past that makes or breaks the hold certain places have on the imagination of every resident and every visitor. Elijah Kahn designed a replacement for the Vanderbilt Mansion that skillfully held its place, retaining the grand entrance on the plaza, stone, ironwork, mansard, low scale, reminiscent of Paris, an urbanistic success. Later alterations to the Fifth Avenue side, overseen and not blocked by this commission, allowed that facade to continue its secondary role. Elliot Walensky fought for the additional protection of a small historic district here. He failed by just one vote, and he was devastated because he understood the value of what existed. I'd also like to comment on the lease held by Neiman Marcus. I think what you need to ask is who owns Neiman Marcus. They are no longer independent.
Thank you. Michael Henry Adams.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Michael Henry Adams, Save Harlem Now. Some mindful of history feel that were Germany today to bail out every at-risk member of the European Union single-handedly, that would not be too much to ask by way of atonement for the recent past. Similarly, where Fifth Avenue and 57th Street are concerned, the New York Landmarks Preservation Commission is Germany. What has tragically happened along these two historic thoroughfares in recent years has been based largely on the Commission's inaction. The scale of the destruction of beloved landmarks, the oppressiveness of the hulking towers that replace them, is monstrous. It would not be excessive then, by way of recompense to New Yorkers, to suggest that the LPC designate every qualified structure available to them to protect. Short of this, you must designate the fabled Bergdorf Goodman store, a landmark celebrated in literature, song, and film, a structure epitomizing the proper environment expressive of what a luxury retailer of the first order is. We have all heard of that admonishment, for what doth it profit a man if he gains the whole world and forfeits his own soul? Unfortunately, this stark juxtaposition is the tension at work in New York. In today's context, this is hardly hyperbole. The Bergdorf Goodman store is a part of all those marvelous things which constitutes New York's soul. So far as such buildings go, you, alas, are the guardians of the city eternal, the spirit of beauty and greatness embodied in structures we seek to pass on for generations not yet born to benefit from. The mighty legions that would sacrifice the world's eternal soul for the sake of momentary profits is already immense. Some would say they are unbeatable. Please help us to save something of everlasting value that once lost can never be regained. Now, as for the Osborne apartment lobby, I've always questioned this ruling, which is not a part of the law, but just was made by the Commission's counsel long ago, that apartment lobbies were not routinely open to the public. It would seem to me they are as routinely open to the public as much as any theater where it costs hundreds of dollars to get a ticket, or the Four Seasons restaurant. You try going into the Four Seasons restaurant if you don't have a reservation. But I've been to the Osborne, and I've been to even the River House without knowing anyone there, and I've gotten into that lobby. And I think that most people in the public, if they express an admiration for its architecture, can as well. This is a great landmark, unquestioned, and should be protected by landmarking. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Gotkin. Followed by Kelly Carroll and Jack Taylor.
Hello, Commission. Good afternoon. Michael Gotkin, I'm a landscape architect. I actually did a lot of the historic research for Grand Army Plaza that fronts Bergdorf Goodman for the restoration that's currently underway. Grand Army Plaza forms the forecourt to one of the greatest outdoor rooms in New York City. I think we're all aware of it. I hardly even need to talk about it. It's probably the most painted scene in New York in the history of cityscape paintings. It's the most photographed point in New York, aside from the Empire State Building, by tourists. Its loss would be immeasurable. The green roofs, the Crown Building behind it, and I'm sure it's no secret to the Commission that all of our city's major real estate developers are now circling around this area. Vornado, Extel, they've all been buying the buildings around Bergdorf's. And there have been negotiations back and forth. As you heard Bergdorf's themselves said, they're renegotiating their lease. So all this talk of appropriate or inappropriate changes to the facade of Bergdorf's, that's a bit of a red herring. What's really going on is the demolition of the building, the potential demolition of the building. And that would be a horrific tragedy to the city of New York. It's one of the most valuable pieces of real estate. If the building were to be landmarked, as you well know, the owners would have additional opportunities to sell their air rights. And this seems to me the direction that it should go in. And it would be beneficial to them as well, and I don't understand why they don't embrace that. So that's my most important point, and I really hope you take that to heart and realize that it's really a diversion talking about all the little changes to the facade. But while we're talking about changes to the facade, I recently put together an article for Metropolis Magazine, which I just have 2 copies I can pass out to you, but it's also available online, about that the Commission should start to look at postmodern architecture in the city. And the facade that was done by Alan Greenberg, the facade change to Bergdorf Goodman on Fifth Avenue, is a striking example of postmodernism. And Greenberg is one of the most prominent postmodern architects in New York, along with Robert Venturi, I shouldn't say New York, United States, and Bob Stern. And I think that the change that was made to Bergdorf's facade itself merits preservation as a striking example and a rare example of postmodernism in New York City. And I put a little post-it note here so you can, and I'll pass it out to you. So I not only think it's not an impediment to preservation, I think it actually allows you to read different layers in the facade and enriches the building. And I encourage you to look above the testimony by the family and the Neiman Marcus Company and look at what's really going on at this site and to consider the larger urban issues that would happen if this building were to be lost. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Kelly Carroll and then Jack Taylor.
Kelly Carroll, Historic Districts Council. I'm going to be speaking on Union Square Park. Closed as a potter's field in 1807, Union Place was laid out in 1811 at the union of Bloomingdale Road and the Bowery and stretched from 10th to 17th Streets. This confluence of streets was reduced from 14th to 17th in 1832, and the park was named Union Square at that time and consisted of a fenced-in oval in the middle of the square. In 1872, the park was redesigned by Frederick Law Olmsted and Calvert Vaux to suit large congregations of people, so the fence around the park was removed and a fountain was introduced to the center of this oval. The park was altered again in 1936 with the BMT subway was constructed, raising the park above grade on a 4-foot platform, and park pathways were straightened and the pavilion was constructed. Several renovations by the Parks Department in 1985 and again in 2005 have further altered the WP-era Union Square. With 2 centuries of changes to the park, it is difficult to determine the original historic fabric, moreover, what fabric from which period of time. Monuments within the park, the oldest being of George Washington, which went up in 1856, remain in situ, yet their surroundings have been completely reconfigured. One monument, the World War I memorial dedicated on Armistice Day 1934, has been removed altogether and now lives on 23rd Street outside the VA. Union Square was designated a National Historic Landmark in 1977, its period of significance acknowledging the first Labor Day on September 5, 1882, when workers assembled en masse on the open North Plaza. While the entities responsible for the stewardship of the park have been studious about interesting improvements, they have not had a good history of respecting its heritage, and unfortunately, the park has been a magnet for accretions. The North Plaza no longer has an uninterrupted expanse, undermining its claim to fame. Because of this lack of historic integrity, HDC does not support designation of Union Square as a New York City scenic landmark. Thank you.
Thank you. Jack Taylor? Then Elizabeth Holt and Robin Garr.
I'm Jack Taylor of the Union Square Community Coalition. Protecting Union Square Park the way it is today by designating it as a scenic landmark would be a historical travesty. If the Landmarks Commission had acted after its public hearing in 1977, it would have saved an important site for free speech and peaceful assembly, a tradition the federal government recognized in 1997 when it designated Union Square a National Historic Landmark. That action is symbolized by a plaque that the Parks Department installed in an almost undiscoverable location in the South Plaza of Union Square Park instead of where it rightfully belongs, in the North Plaza. What followed in the park's history beginning in 2005 was a deliberate effort on the part of the 14th Street Union Square Business Improvement District and Local Development Corporation, in conjunction with the Parks Department and the administration of Mayor Michael Bloomberg, to drastically alter the historical nature of the North Plaza. Numerous trees were planted and numerous street planters were installed at precisely the spot where in 1882 the first Labor Day was celebrated. This attempt to, quote, beautify, unquote, the North Plaza of Union Square Park converted a great open and unimpeded space into one so cluttered there would never again be a platform for the likes of Emma Goldman, Paul Robeson, Norman Thomas, Eugene Debs, and labor unions galore to express themselves in their causes in a fashion guaranteed by the United States Constitution. Sadly, that extraordinary space no longer exists, in spite of the efforts of, among many others, the Union Square Community Coalition, founded in 1980. We would be unfaithful to our mission if we were to support anything that encourages a status quo, including municipal landmark designation that would perpetuate conditions that defy and negate our glorious history. And it pains me personally as a committed preservationist, to take a position that seemingly dismisses landmark protection for a fabled but now flawed part of New York City history. Thank you.
Thank you. Robin Garr, and then Allison Greenberg and Leo Blackman. Robin Garr, is she here? Okay, Allison Greenberg. Is Allison Greenberg here? Oh, sorry, I didn't see.
I'm not Allison Greenberg. I'm Penelope Barrow, and I'm reading for her. Trying to find the thing. For the designation of the Osborne apartment interior. Sorry, the Osborne's interior is a remarkable gem within the bustle of ever-changing 57th Street in Manhattan. Completed in 1885, the building's intact interior is evocative of the panache and glimmer that defined the Gilded Age. The space glows with the warmth and opulence, featuring Italian marble wainscoting and carved marble recesses with benches. The floors are mosaic tiles and marble, and the arched ceiling is treated in vibrant hues of blue, red, and gold. This interior masterpiece was designed by Jacob A. Holzer, whose peers in artistry included John Lafarge and Augustus St. Gaudens. Often overshadowed by these artists, the equally talented Holzer completed most of his works in Chicago. The Osborne lobby is New York's only known work by Holzer, and it is truly a gift. 5 years after this work at the Osborne, in 1895, the immensely talented Holzer became the chief designer at Tiffany and is credited with creating an electrified lantern prototype, which serves as the predecessor for the Tiffany lamp. Thank you.
Leo Blackman, and then Barbara Zay and Hilda Regier.
I'm Leo Blackman, an architect and past chair of the Historic Districts Council. I'm here to speak in support of the 42nd Street theaters and talk about what they have in common. HDC has submitted detailed testimony on each of the theaters. These 7 theaters along West 42nd Street, all calendared in 1982, were overlooked for a reason. Times Square of the Midnight Cowboy era was run down, underpopulated, and considered unsafe, just when I arrived in New York. A recession in the mid-1970s, crime, suburban flight, and a declining tax base left New York City desperate. Many historic theaters had gone dark, showed porn, or were chopped up into multiplex cinemas. In 1973, John Portman Jr. proposed to build the 50-story Marriott Marquis Hotel on Broadway and 45th. This project would require the demolition of 2 former theaters, which then were showing movies, and 3 functioning Broadway houses, the Morosco, the Bijou, and Mary Martin. This news excited the business community, but terrified actors and preservationists who sought to protect what was left of the theater district. Letters and op-eds were written, rallies were held, but by the early 1980s, real estate interests, of course, had triumphed. And in 1982, steam shovels cleared the site. It is little wonder that during this time, most of the remaining theaters had been submitted to the LPC for designation as individual landmarks. In 1979, the New Amsterdam was designated. In 1982, the Little Theater, which was renamed for Helen Hayes. And in 1985, the interior of the Ambassador. In 1987, 25 additional theaters were designated by the LPC, but not the 7 along 42nd Street. They were skipped over because by the mid-1980s, the city and state of New York had created an economic development corporation to clean up both sides of the street between Broadway and 8th. All of these houses were acquired by eminent domain for the new 42nd Street, established in 1990, who drafted an urban renewal plan, then turned the theaters over to individual developers for restoration or new construction under a 99-year lease. Because this entity was exempted from city regulations, the LPC was no longer able to consider the properties on their merits for designation. The Victory, Times Square, Selwyn, Lyric, Liberty, Empire, and Apollo still stand. Gone is the blighted 42nd Street landscape. But the theater district is thriving as intended. It's crammed with people, and landmarking raised it up from the dead. New 42nd Street has been a good steward of these properties, but the 7 theaters are not permanently protected. Only the LPC has this power. Please use it.
Thank you. Barbara Say?
Barbara Zay of the Historic Districts Council, speaking for the Hotel Renaissance and the Sire Building. Originally the Renaissance Hotel, the building was designed by architect Clarence Luce and was constructed in 1890 to 91 as an apartment hotel for young men. By the turn of the 20th century, this neighborhood had changed dramatically and became fashionable, with theaters, hotels, and clubs abounding. The Columbia Club moved into this location in 1915, departing the former club district of Gramercy. Many other clubs followed suit, and eventually this area, centered around West 43rd and 44th Streets between 5th and 6th Avenues, emerged as the Clubhouse District. This palazzo-style building is remarkably intact, save for its windows, including storefronts, which are an historic alteration, which is astounding in such proximity to the dynamic retail of Fifth Avenue. It is thought to be the only extant example of a Renaissance Revival hotel in New York City. This early style is reflective of the 1890s development in this area, making it significant as most hotels in this neighborhood date to the early 1900s and were rendered in a Beaux-Arts design, making the aptly named Hotel Renaissance a rare survivor. The Sire Building. This early flats building was commissioned by Benjamin Sire, a wealthy real estate magnate whom history has all but forgotten, save for his name emblazoned atop this building. The architect, William Grawl, was a prolific architect of flats and tenement buildings. Much of his work remains scattered throughout Manhattan, and his original office still stands at 215 Bowery in the Germania Bank. Tucked between Broadway and 7th Avenue, the Sire Building has remained virtually unscathed on West 58th Street since 1885, and this building is emblematic of the first wave of development in the neighborhood. What's more, this building has remained despite the drastic high-rise construction that characterizes Midtown. Its lively facade is rendered in high Victorian with neo-Grec details. The commercial ground floor has been replaced, but the building retains its original carved wooden doors on its western bay. This structure is a relic and deserves to be preserved as one example of early residential development when 58th Street was of a more human scale. Thank you.
Thank you. Hilda Regier, and after that, Russell Needham and Leslie Doyer.
I'm Hilda Regier, and I will be reading Leslie Doyle's, I will abbreviate her testimony. The Victorian Society of New York recommends designation of 4 West 43rd Street as an individual landmark. Opened as a hotel renaissance in 1894, it was designed by Clarence Sumner Luce, who began his practice in Boston but moved to New York in the 1880s. Although much of his work was residential, he also undertook numerous commercial contracts, such as this building and the Somerset Hotel of 1901 on West 47th Street. The design of 4 West 43rd combines the Beaux-Arts style with an interpretation of Renaissance palazzo. Above the 2-story rusticated base with its monumental portico, the treatment of windows becomes more complex and decorative on succeeding floors. On the 5th floor, the windows are elaborately framed with bracketed balustrades at the bottom and segmental arched pediments above. And the smaller windows of the attic are flanked by cartouches that form a decorative frieze under the cornice. The hotel remained a hotel for only about 20 years and then was bought by the Columbia University Club in 1907, and they moved in 1917. In 1973, facing financial problems, Columbia sold the building to the Unification Church, which, as you heard, continues to occupy it. We also enthusiastically support the designation of Union Square Park. As you've heard, its name, by the way, celebrates neither the federal union or labor unions, but rather denotes that here was the union of 2 principal thoroughfares of the island. You've heard much about its development. It was a potter's field, became a public commons, then a park, and that it has undergone many changes, including a redesign by Olmsted and Vaux in the 1870s. It contains precious sculpture such as the Washington and Lincoln statues by Henry Kirk Brown and the Lafayette statue by Bartholdi.
I'm sorry, your time is up. So the next speaker is Russell Needham. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Russell Needham from the Victorian Society. The Victorian Society New York supports landmark status for the interior lobby of the Osborne Apartments located at 205 West 57th Street, Manhattan. This historic building rivals the Dakota on 72nd Street as the most well-known apartment building inhabited by theater performers, TV celebrities, movie stars, writers, sports figures, and media owners. Construction began in 1883 and was completed in 1885. The building was added to the National Historic Register of Places in 1993. The building has New York City landmark status, the exterior. This handsome, rusticated 15-story structure is catty-corner to Carnegie Hall. Such a location may account for its two most famous past residents, Leonard Bernstein and Van Cliburn. The lobby is unusually rich in its decorative details of American Renaissance style. The walls are stuccoed and mosaic tiled. The floors mix tiled mosaics with slabs of varicolored Italian marble. Complementary marble is used for the wainscoting and carved marble recesses with benches. Mosaics and glazed terracotta della Robbia panels cover the walls and ceilings in rich hues of red, blue, and gold leaf. These were designed by Augustus St. Gaudens, the great sculptor of the American Renaissance, with murals by John Lafarge and glass by the Tiffany Studios and French designer Jacob Adolphus Holzer. I visited the lobby last week and was astounded. In my opinion, there's no apartment building lobby in New York City that is astoundingly rich, opulent, and historically handsome. It must never be destroyed. It must be preserved for the ages.
Thank you. Laura Hampton.
Good afternoon. I'm Laura Handlin from the Victorian Society, New York. The Victorian Society, New York supports landmark designation of 4 historic theaters on West 42nd Street, the Empire, Liberty, Lyric, and the Victory. The Empire Theater was designed by noted theater architect Thomas Lamb in 1912 in what was then the heart of the Broadway Theater District. In 1988, it was moved 170 feet west and is now the entrance to a multiplex movie theater with the original auditorium converted to a lobby and lounge. The exterior is intact and features a swath of glazed terracotta in several colors surrounding an enormous rounded archway. The Liberty Theater, designed 1902 to 1905 by Hertz and Talent in the early French Renaissance style, contains some notable features such as the grand proscenium entablature and richly carved arches in the side walls over the boxes. The central dome is surrounded by rhomboid coffers, and a unique painted asbestos curtain hangs over the stage. The Lyric Theater was completed in 1903, designed by Victor Hugo Kohler, and like other Times Square legitimate theaters, struggled financially during the Depression and became a movie theater in 1934, which it remains. Its building envelope extends through the block. There are 2 facades. The primary entrance on 43rd Street, which is polychromatic and exuberantly decorated in rusticated brickwork and intricate terracotta ornament, and the 42nd Street entrance, which has the appearance of a brownstone. The Victory Theater designed by Albert Westover and J.B. McAlpatrick in 1899 for Oscar Hammerstein, was remodeled in 1902 for legendary producer David Belasco in First Empire style. It was originally called the New Republic and was patriotically renamed the Victory in 1942 during World War II. After years of decline in Times Square, the Victory was taken over by New York State and was the first theater to be restored by a redevelopment agency. It's the oldest operating theater in New York City and the only one typical of 19th century theater design. It features an Italianate facade with an unusual double staircase. The interior contains a dome with painted cherubs dating to the theater's opening. The Victorian Society New York urges the Commission to move quickly to designate these buildings, which represent a wealth of Victorian architecture, history, and culture in New York City. Thank you.
Thank you. Judy Richheimer.
Thank you. I am speaking on behalf of the Guides Association of New York City in favor of landmarking, to one extent or another, the 7 buildings on theaters on 42nd Street under review. While it's true that for the most part, the new 42 has been a good steward of those theaters, it is necessary to have true oversight regarding historic preservation, and the state charged, the agency in the state charged with working with the new 42 simply cannot provide that. They can advise, they can consent, they cannot police, and this august body can. Now, this is not just an abstract consideration. There are 2 instances where I think we really are going to want police power at least to be in the background. One is potential. The Times Square Theater has been notoriously difficult to rent. Will the new 42 continue its commitment to historic preservation should a potential tenant demand as a condition of a lease the right to alter the theater's facade? And then there's a serious shortfall. The Liberty's facade was supposed to have been protected, and as I was told, it was damaged during renovation, but a new eagle and Liberty Bell, I think that is the imagery, were cast and then mounted approximately at the Liberty entrance. That would have been sufficient, but shortly thereafter, the replacement was covered by signage. The new 42 never stepped in to rectify that situation. Why is that important? Well, as a tour guide, I used to stand on the north side of 42nd Street, point to the south side at that bell and that eagle, and talk about one of the great moments in cinematic history, and at the same time, one of the darkest spots on our American cultural history, and that is the premiere and of the long playing of the movie A Birth of a Nation. But out of the odious Birth of a Nation, its odious message in any event, we were given the movies. And alongside of that, we were in effect given the NAACP, who were galvanized to come out and picket every night that that movie was playing. So there are layers of complexity and great in cultural importance, and I needed that visual aid to really tell that story. It's my understanding that had the city, rather than the state, been the arbiter
I'm sorry, your time is
of historic preservation, we would have at least had some channel to bring the Liberty situation to an agency's attention. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian Weber and then Thomas Collins. Brian Weber? Okay, Thomas Collins.
Good afternoon. My name is Thomas Collins, and I'll be testifying in support of designation for the Bergdorf Goodman building. Situated at the intersection of Manhattan's two most fashionable thoroughfares, the Bergdorf Goodman building is synonymous with elegance and sophistication, befitting the department store that introduced Americans to ready-to-wear fashion and helped put New York City on sartorial equal footing with Paris. Built in 1927 to 1928 by the distinguished firm Buckman & Kahn, Bergdorf Goodman combined 7 separate buildings along Fifth Avenue into a single site emulating French townhouses. Clad in South Dover marble and featuring bronze window trim and green-tiled mansard roofs, the new building superbly harmonizes with its existing neighbors. Indeed, the contextual relationship between the Bergdorfs and its environs is essential to any reading of Buckman & Kahn's restrained classical design. In contrast to Olmsted's pastoral landscaping of Central Park, Grand Army Plaza embodied Thomas Hastings' desire for a rigorously formal public space of similar spirit to Richard Morris Hunt's proposed Central Park gates. Viewed through a broader historic lens of urban placemaking, Bergdorf Goodman serves as a fitting backdrop to a grand civic room modeled on the Place de la Concorde in Paris. As there, the interdependence of park and architectural setting cannot be understated. Having studied at the École des Beaux-Arts in Paris and served in Hastings' design atelier, Eli Jacques Kahn would have fully absorbed the lessons of French classical design. Although the demolition of the Savoy Plaza Hotel did irreparable harm to the aesthetic coherence of the Grand Army Plaza, the exteriors of Bergdorf's and the Plaza Hotel have remained mercifully unscathed. In 1984, Alan Greenberg unified the 57th Street storefronts in a classical facade with touches of the Art Deco that is sympathetic to the historic fabric. His contributions has proven to be a handsome addition in its own right and ought to be included within the Commission's findings and designation. In the 1980s, the Commission considered the creation of a Fifth Avenue Historic District that included Bergdorf Goodman. Although that district fell 1 vote shy of being calendared, LPC's own Midtown West survey identified the Bergdorf Goodman building as a priority for individual landmark designation. Numerous other buildings identified in that survey have subsequently been landmarked, including the Rodin Studios, American Society for Civil Engineers, and the Normal School of Dancing, all on 57th Street. As escalating development in Midtown continues to claim notable historic buildings, I implore LPC to turn its attentions towards the many unprotected sites within Bergdorf's vicinity. The Crown Building, Tiffany's, and the Squibb Building, which incidentally Kahn regarded as his masterpiece, deserve landmark status. But for now, let's start with Bergdorf's. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers on this item? Are there any more speakers? All right. The record will be left open until November 19th if anyone would like to put additional testimony, written testimony into the record. And otherwise, we can I make a move to close the hearing. Okay, so the hearing's closed. Okay. I was looking at whether we have to read them.